The button! Other super exciting news that I think you saw part of.
Yeah.
I now have more crab friends.
I am so jelly.
They help me with my arts and crafts. But wait, there's more. I don't think I've even tweeted this yet. I also now have a little lobster.
For holding something like... Oh, that's so cool. Yo! Dorchis and Steppagen are in already. What-ho, friends? The only cool thing that I got to show was this honking great big D20 I got given, which was... I said no birthday presents this year, and so this was an absolutely not out of my birthday thing. I'm trying to find the faceless dragon. Where are you? There we go. So, it is a spherical red dragon. But the little points keep it from rolling about infinitely. And on the nose of it is the 20. And on the arse of it is the 1. If I can find it.
Nice.
And
I swear to God, Whisper can tell when we go live.
Yeah, friends, we were going to have an opening segment where we interviewed Whisper, and that got cut because of time constraints, and Whisper's been pretty mad about that.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, understandably.
Oh, I also have my my plastic crack to show off.
Ooh. Although, doesn't living in a state of monochromaticness hinder No Grey November?
I have to set it down and let it wear off so I can see what color I actually painted, because it does wear off after a while. So I set them down
take a few
and wait for them to, and then it's because it's like an AOE and it kind of fades. It makes painting very difficult. But yeah, these boys are primed and ready to be painted.
And yeah, Wolfgrad, it does look like Blight of the Immortals is going to be a hell of a fight. We got playing this co-op subterfuge type game where you're all like medieval fantasy armies trying to beat zombies, and we're getting our arse handed to us, and it's fun. And Wraith and Lost Flowers, Watto and welcome! Coming in. But it's one of those, the game takes a week to play, so sending an army from here to here takes 4 hours. So it fits a little bit better with having a life.
Nice.
Getting Ed, Watto and welcome.
I have recently discovered, because I have a laptop now, and so I was using it to game while doing various things in various places.
Gaming in the bath, gaming on the ceiling, gaming in the kitchen.
Well, it's a touchscreen laptop, like those ones you can fold over and it's a tablet.
Nice.
So I'm like, what games play well just out of the box touchscreen? It's a fascinating exercise. So turns out Backpack Hero works really well.
Oh, you know what? Would not have thought of that. God, I reckon Space Warlord Organ Trading Sim would be good.
Pretty much any deck builders work really well. Honestly, if they changed one thing about Backpack Hero, you could play the entire thing touchscreen.
That would be fucking cool. The
only thing you have to use the keyboard for is rotating your items. Other than that, everything else is mouse.
Yo.
Also, they just released the beta of that, and there's 2 new classes, and they're fucking awesome.
Yeah. Wolfgrab was just saying that in Blight of the Immortals, it's not impossible for us to win, but it's very unlikely. Yeah, and we've been playing it with Moblies, and because it's one of those it's just a web client. So, but more importantly, Wraith was saying, "Hey, remember that time we spent the entire stream shouting that we should adopt a puppy, and then we got a puppy at the end? That was awesome. Never forget." Whilst everyone's filtering through, I can show you. This was my little birthday treat to myself. This is feckin' cool. So, dude, this is a 1,000-year-old vampire, and it is an RPG for one. You play an ancient vampire trying to remember their life and who they were, and so there's a whole system in this about how memory is a resource, and as you play through it, you construct this vampire character and what happened to them. Plus,
Interesting.
the cover's shiny. It's all shiny.
Yeah.
Because with the Summer of Chaos in full swing, it's been the idea of, like, don't get me wrong, I am looking forward to the point where we get back to having like everybody round a table and yelling at each other for tabletop stuff. I have decided that if we end up doing the people have to go through the Dungeon of Chaos, I want to be your color commentator. So you know how on the Barlow Bowl, right? How the Barlow Bowl, it was you and me side by side commentating on the match.
Mm-hmm.
For the Dungeon of Endless Fuckery, or the here's how we kill our friends for fun and entertainment. Like, you're obviously running it. I want to be the color commentary, like, you know, like the little goblin in a fancy suit sitting next to you being like, ah yes, I'm here with DM Baron. Let's see how Wraith goes through this dungeon. And he's fucking dead. Let's throw in the next contestant.
We'd have to throw in some more actual, like, combat rooms and stuff, because most of them were just fuck with you rooms.
Yes.
They weren't actually particularly deadly.
Though I'm still proud of the of Slap Fight room. I'm still proud of that one.
Yeah.
I was telling someone about Slap Fight room, and then I realised that I was probably very drunk in the process and forgotten who I was telling. But yeah, it's just with the Summer of Chaos, I'm in this like, I'm really looking forward to doing stuff like that and like getting a proper team of people around a table for a proper game. But also, I want to just sit far away from humanity with a bottle of gin and pretend to be a vampire by myself. It's fine. That. The Wraith saying everyone should know about Slap Fight. Bloody should.
Oh, also the other thing I just totally forgot to, that is new since last we played Null, is I finally have fresh ink. So, I'm now branded as a DM. This is the cover art from, or a version of the cover art from the special edition Dungeon Master's Guide.
That's so fucking cool!
It's also UV reactive, so under black light, parts of it glow.
I'm so jelly. I'm so jelly!
She's doing my other shoulder in December. It's going to be the Beholder from the Monster Manual.
Oh. That's really fucking
Also,
cool.
She is fast. Like, holy shit. This took her like 2.5 hours.
Oh, nice.
She's also X Games.
Another survivor.
So, she worked on, like, Bioshock Infinite and Destiny and a couple other things.
Just a couple of small games, you know.
Yeah.
Indie stuff. Stuff like that.
She was their merch designer.
Oh. Sorry, I know that's not usually a thing people go ooh for, but especially on the Destiny merch, it's just like banned for 1,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been talking about this for as long as you and I have been hanging out, but I need more for the arm. I'm thinking the address at the center of the universe, which I am tempted to finally stamp my wow, sorry, all of my words just fell out of my head there. Good work, Will, good work. Basically, I'm thinking of getting it on the hand. You know, you get a tattoo on your hand. That is dedication to a craft, an industry. You know, you're not going to be a merchant banker after that one.
Yeah.
Plus, shaking hands with what's essentially a spoiler amuses me greatly. Oh, here we go.
His name was Mr. Chuffles. He was the bestest boy. He never clawed the furniture, was careful with his toys. Then one day his owner died. He found himself alone. Kamata on him pity took.
And offered him So now he is a herald, just like Evelyn. But by the time the day is through, his patience may wear thin. Truffles.
Oh, I forgot to grab Mr. Truffle's mini.
Mr. Truffles has a mini?
Yeah. That's actually why he exists. Is because I was browsing it I was browsing Etsy and I found somebody did 3D printed Corgi Paladin minis. And I went, nope, doing that. Going in the game.
That's 1,000% the reason why you should do stuff like that.
That was a add to cart. Or that wasn't even an add to cart. And then later, that was a buy now.
Buy now.
Just, nope.
You see it, you kind of focus on it, and everything goes a bit blurry, and suddenly you have a tiny mini in your hand. You're like, I'm not sure, but I'm not mad.
And they're super high quality too. They're at least 4K prints.
Yo. The traditional box. So friends, at some point, the Emberlin and possibly even the thick minis will be going to Baron to get painted. They were meant to go last weekend, but no. For my troubles, I got the fucking plague. Dude, I was so mad. I was so mad.
I still have no idea how the fuck I've not gotten it.
Hey, I would not wish it on. I would not wish it on you. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
But it was gonna be. I was gonna get to see you, and I was going to see everybody. It was gonna be my chance to have a break. Instead, I got the fucking plague.
Yeah. Lucy and I were discussing it. We're like, it was like maybe like I was, one of us was like asymptomatic, but the likelihood of us both getting it and both being asymptomatic is so absurdly low.
Yeah. That's loopy maths.
I'm like, so I think I've just legit not had it somehow. I worked in a school for 2 years during the plague. God, I'm so happy to be out of there. Having a 12-minute commute via light rail versus a fucking 45-minute drive is so nice.
Yeah, dude.
And the new job, I get to learn a bunch of new stuff.
Whoop, whoop. Now, it's I feel for a lot of my friendos back home, but the one good thing about the insidious plague was how many people no longer had to spend like an hour on a train, each way.
Yeah. They're doing construction on the light rail, and so the trains are running less frequently, so they're just packed out. I'm like, this is how I get it. This is how I get it.
Yeah, as J-Post says, you're playing on extreme hard mode.
Basically.
No, I didn't get to see everybody at Sober, and I was very sad about that, but it is what it is.
I don't know, you might have saved yourself because Terrence showed up.
Oh, sorry, friends. So, Terrence is a wonderful individual. He's a games industry friendo who's been around for, as long as I've kind of been on, the GDC scene. He's the person who did Puppet Pandemonium and got me writing puppet puns one GDC year. And it's been real good to us.
Well, I'm sorry, no. Terrence is a force of nature.
Yeah, but Terrence is a force of nature. Terrence is an energy elemental, for lack of a better term. You'll know I'm pretty excitable, and I have to be on point to keep up with him. Oh. But
Yeah, got to see Molly and Sean and Tia. Molly wasn't working, but Molly was there.
Ooh, I miss everybody. Just imagine me back at home making sad noises and put my hand on the glass.
Oh, speaking of Best Dad, Best Dad does not work at GameWorks anymore, but they will be for PAX.
Okay.
Literally just PAX.
Okay. We'll definitely be trundling over to say hello. Yes. We did get to see Sean and Tia's wedding, which was real cute. It was live streamed, so we kind of we cracked a bottle of affordable bubbly, toasted them. It's real fucking cute. And then I was going to see them, and I didn't get to, and I'm still sad. Okay, I promise the preamble is not just going to be me whinging.
Oh, it was Emerald City, sorry. I thought it was PAX. I could have sworn she. Yeah.
Well, maybe we can just bribe Molly to swing on down for a bit. Be like, miss you, Bernard.
You better hurry, because she's fleeing the country.
What?
Mhm.
Sorry,
New Zealand.
Moving to New Zealand? God, who'd fucking do that?
Right?
Did Molly say, like, where? You know what? Sorry. Square Peg's here. Lucifer, it's lovely to see you. Everybody's coming on in. And we're like, oh, hey, tell me the goss. It's been so long. I guess this is the acute D&D experience, you know?
Yeah. I actually finally have an in-person D&D game going where I'm not the DM.
You broke the curse.
It's delightful. Almost everyone in that game is a DM, so we're all trying to collectively break the curse. And actually, our DM who is doing a fantastic job, by the way, but is the least experienced of the DMs at the table. It's occasionally they'll be like, "Oh, I have to look up that rule," and both of us will just go, "It's this."
So, Lucifer, thank you for 39 months. Roasted Toaster, hello, come on in. We're just kind of doing preamble before we do the big recap and get stuck down to it. Lucy would like to point out that neither of us are literate, saying that Molly is going to PAX. So they will be around.
Oh, okay.
And whoever that spooky person was that gave us up to Roasted Toaster, it's very kind of you. I don't know why the term Roasted Toaster seems so wholesome. I get this real kind of like, you know, golden age Americana family, you know, where the mum kind of takes the toaster and gently pops it into the oven, closes it up. Toast will be ready in 45 minutes, children.
Oh, that reminds me, I've been informed because I have succumbed to the plastic crack that is Warhammer, specifically Kill Team, because it only requires 10 minis. These 10. And 10 more over there, because it's crack.
You know what? We went through this whole thing. As kids being told, you know, stay away from entry-level drugs. You know, if you start smoking weed, it's just a slippery slope to doing smack. I have consumed the devil's lettuce, and I have never, you know, had a train-spotting moment. And yet, I got fucking Space Hulk for the same reason, because, yo, it's only 40 minis and some gene stealers. It's just a few. What could oh, no.
Yeah. But apparently, since I'm playing Skatari, which are the bad mech military, apparently for your objective markers, you're required to find a like miniature like dollhouse toaster.
Just remember, when you turn on the toaster, that's not a problem. When the toaster turns on you, it's a different story. And the thing is, Kill Team's this perfect like little like tasting sample. Here's a few orcs, here's a few like of varying imperial sizes.
So yeah, I just realized I need to actually find a tiny toaster.
I'll check in with the fairy garden and see if they've got any. They have tiny shopping carts.
I own a tiny shopping cart. It's this big. Currently over there. I think it has a fake $100 bill from the drag show that we went to.
Pretty cool. Wolfgrad saying that the minis, they're so tiny, they barely take up any space. You can easily get some more without having to allocate an extra room in the house for them. Easily. Hey! And Ross, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. This is the pre-Memnal Amble. If you want to grab yourself a bevy, come join us. We're playing those Dungeons and Dragons that the kids are always talking about.
Would you call it the pre-memble? That was terrible. I'll see myself out.
Well, I liked it. But then again, I'm not exactly a barometer of taste, so judge that as you will. The pre-memble. I guess I'm easily amused today. Lost Mouse is pointing out that apparently Gundam models have the same thing. Oh, I couldn't possibly comment! We've started doing our Halloween builds for this year. So we're all going to do horror-themed Gundam builds. And I'm going to do, I'm going to try and do Ash from the Evil Dead. So I got a big, chunky, barrel-chested mech. I'm going to give him like a chainsaw arm and shit. It's going to be great.
Nice. You know what the truest, most horrible miniature thing you could build and paint is?
Go on.
The Great Clean One.
Wait, don't you mean the unclean one?
Somebody cleaned it up, and somehow it's more disturbing.
No, I don't like it.
It's just smooth and fleshy and pink.
Oh, it just be a big baby.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
If you don't mind me posting a link.
Don't go for it. For the powers of 4.
It's so uncomfortable.
Oh no! You're right. It's worse.
It's so worse. It's so much worse. Oh.
This
Sorry,
is why.
that's one of those.
This is
I
why
had to see it,
Nurgle
so
loves
you too.
Oh, it's just a great big angry baby. We've often said Papa Nurgle loves you. This is what the unclean one looked like before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like Jabba that tries to tell me about like the importance of investing in crypto. Like I don't like it.
Hey kids, come on and sit down. I want to teach you all about some cryptocurrency. But when you get into it, don't you fall for that Dogecoin. That there's just a meme.
Let me tell you
Crypto's the way of the future. I don't know why the Great Clean One is from Southern Texas, but
he just
there you
is.
go.
It fits. Mega Boss, currently we're inflicting psychic damage on each other, but we will be. We will be.
God, we should have to roll for psychic damage every time you view that fucking image.
I'm just gonna close it lest I run out of hit points. You know what, Mega Boss? I think we are in proxy making GPUs cheap again. So, Roasted Toaster was asking a classic one, which is just as a general D&D type nonsense, which is like, what are your top 3 classes? And I kind of realised that I've reached this point where I'm happy with whatever I'm kind of given. I guess I don't tend to do like melee classes anymore because I tend to want to be able to do things that are ridiculous. But I wouldn't hate playing a melee focused individual.
I always go for arcane spellcasters because I like taking the really weird spells and then just fucking with shit.
I guess I also have an aversion to playing rogues because to playing bards because that's when everyone points to me and goes, that guy's a bard! I'm like, maybe.
Bill, you're a fucking warlock, you just don't know who your patron is.
I mean, what? No! I'm sheep into the third. I'm hurt and offended by your accusations.
And you started a cult.
It's not a cult! It's not a cult. I mean, are you lot the patrons or are you lot the result? It's not a cult. Terror's the lawyer. Just getting rid of that alert because it's telling me that we're live. Maybe I should mute my own Gone Live channel.
Probably.
Actually, let me move the very fancy box for a second. I'll cook us up a tweet so we can get ready. Is Jeffy B? Is Jeffrey Bezos the patron? I mean, he's inhuman, haunting, with incomprehensible power beyond our understanding.
He's got his own temple.
And he's evil.
Yeah. By the way, the balls are his temple.
The balls are his temple, yes. Okay, sorry. I should probably explain that one internationally. We're not talking about Jeffy B's genitals. Down in Seattle, there are these two,
it's 3.
Is it 3? God,
yeah, there's one in the middle and there's 2 on the side. Because Jeff Bezos apparently has 3 evolves.
Or a chode. Why am I allowed on Twitch?
I honestly don't know.
But they're like little greenhouse style domes. They kind of look like those.
Oh my god, if you just Google Bezos balls, they come up.
Yeah.
It's literally the first thing. They're cool looking, honestly.
Yeah, and
they're super out of place.
I think you have to get an appointment to go to the bar in them or something, or know somebody. I forget.
If you have an Amazon ID, you can just go in.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Which, fun fact, I do. One of the buildings I'm in charge of now has Amazon in it, because, you know, half of Seattle has Amazon in it.
So we can go hang out at the balls of Jeffy B.
But it's super out of place because it's like all of these massive skyscrapers and then just like this artsy little like biodomes.
Yeah, biodomes. That's what my brain was grasping for.
It's the weirdest fucking thing.
Yeah, it absolutely does not fit.
But I mean, also, fuck SLU.
So jumping back in, so J-Post has been playing a Celestial Warlock.
Nice.
And Megaboss has been playing a Chaotic Evil Dead Pirate Warlock Patron? Or just a Dead Pirate Warlock? Like an undead... I'm intrigued.
I currently am in the game where I am a player. I am playing a... technically, I mean, I hate alignment, but I'm a chaotic neutral gnome wizard. And we were joking that if our party's name, because you know every party has a name, ours actually hasn't developed a name yet, but if our party has a name that was just this phrase that is said most often, it would just be Quineth No, which is my character's name.
You know what? Each D&D team does end up naming itself, because we had the Gnome Brothers.
Yep.
God, and then the Heroes of Grolheim, which was not... They weren't heroes, it was very good PR for very terrible people. I guess I got... sorry, because of what Megaboss was saying, I've got Undead Pirates on the brain, because they just released the Immortal Empires for Total Warhammer, which is where you can play all 3 games' campaign maps at once. And I kind of want to dust off the pirates and go shell the shit out of some high elves again. Because it doesn't stop being funny! You get some artillery, you sit outside their shiny, pristine cities, and just shell them into oblivion. And that's it. Maybe build a mech out of boat parts and corpses. Make it be everyone else's problem. That's my Warhammer strategy. And amigo, Watto and welcome. Yeah, right. God bless those Gnome Brothers.
I just like that both of you, after every time we did that, all of the Gnome Brothers' voices were just shot. Because you're just screaming Gnome Brother constantly.
That was one of the reasons why like Kyle didn't jump in immediately for another session, because he was like, I need to use my voice. I can't do this. So Lost Flowers is looking into DMing a Lancer campaign eventually. Good. When did that happen? Sorry, for those of you who don't know, so Lancer is a giant robot-themed tabletop system done by the same person who did Kill 6 Billion Demons. So if you want something that is weird and different and interesting, but also with giant robots in it, I highly recommend it. Oh, way cool. Roasted Toast has been playing a Bard Artificer with the theme that he constantly advances and evolves as he fights with each level. That's way cool. I mean, it's one of the places, I know we've talked about this 1,000 times over, but it's the place where like tabletop games still shine so much comparable to other stuff, is how characters can kind of change and evolve. Okie dokie luckies. Sorry, I'm just cooking us up a tweet so I can pump that out. Because
How dare.
I know. We'll have a few people that I don't think were in for the last Memnol, because this year apparently has been even more, somehow, more chaotic.
Somehow.
So, dear friends, if you want to... Thank you, Whisper.
Meow. Meow.
So, friendos, if you want to go grab yourself a bevy, a time zone appropriate ingestible liquid, now is the time. For those of you that haven't seen Memnol before, don't worry. We'll do the story so far and get you all up to speed. But the TLDR is this: it is myself and all of you lot playing Baron von Sheepington III's campaign. We will have control of Emberlyn Burns, a warlock with a hell of a story so far, and it is up to us where we take it. So if you have thoughts, ideas, feels, pithy one-liners, or just general ideas for shenanigans, then so be it. That's where it goes. We met a corgi knight last time. Not to spoil the preamble before we get to it, but we met a corgi, and it was good.
So I haven't finished it yet, but just seeing that Lost Flowers would be the first time DMing. I haven't even finished the book yet, but I would highly recommend reading the Lazy Dungeon or Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master's Guide.
Okay.
It is fantastic, and it stops you from doing that over-prepping thing that all new DMs do. It's a very short book. Actually, it's right here. It's Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master, which you can't quite see because of chroma. But it is fantastic. They're broken up into nice short chapters, and each chapter at the end has a little breakdown of like, so here's what this chapter went over, and gives you a nice little like DM prep checklist.
Check me out, being vaguely useful. Here's the drive-through RPG link for you there, Lost Flowers.
Yeah, it is. I am most of the way through it, and so far I'm like, this is fantastic. Also, I realized halfway through this, after all of my trial and error of DMing myself, this is actually almost verbatim the style of GM prep that I fell into, and now I'm like, I wish somebody just fucking handed me this book. Yeah, would highly recommend. It's very well written, and it is clearly keyed towards 5th edition D&D, but it is system agnostic.
Yeah.
It is just general, really good advice.
It has been really interesting seeing how the announcements to is it 1D&D or D&D 1 have been going?
D&D 1, I think.
Because with like the explosion of, I guess, because no one really took to 4th edition too hard, and 5th edition's kind of been the spear of this big resurgence, you know?
Yeah.
So it's been interesting seeing a lot of people going through their first run of, oh, they announced a new version of D&D.
Yeah. It's funny because everyone shits on 4th edition, but everyone I know that has actually played 4th edition fucking loves it.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, I can understand that it had a lot of people described it as being very video gamey in terms of like abilities and powers, but I mean, you'll know my philosophy on this, right? Like, the system doesn't matter as much as the people around the table, but God, we had so much fun with it. Because of its very simple to understand blocks when it came to like spells and abilities and things like that, you had to get really creative with how you used them, which I thought was very fun.
Actually, weirdly, my DM was selling some of their music equipment that they don't use. He was selling it to somebody, and it says a lot about a DM when somebody's like, hey, you look like you play D&D. And he's like, fuck you, ask why. And the dude has an entire sealed box set of every single spell card for 4th edition. He's like, do you know what this would be worth? I got it at like a garage sale or something.
I feel like 4th edition's one of those things you need to put in like an airtight box, save it for like 10, 20 years, and then it'll end up being like either ironically or unironically worth shitloads.
Yeah.
I've been seeing this weird thing with gaming where, especially the hardware that doesn't sell, develops this weird kind of like cult of personality almost. Like,
yeah.
There's a whole underground scene around the PS Vita now. I don't know if you friends have seen this. PS Vitas are incredibly expensive and hard to find.
Yeah, I looked into buying one recently because I'm like, they're gorgeous systems and they're like, it's a good form factor. They've got OLED screens, but you can't find them because they're more expensive now than when they came out.
Yeah. They're also incredibly easy to hack.
Yeah.
Not that anyone would hack them for the use of...
No one would ever hack something. That's against TOS.
It's extremely against TOS. But, yeah, I have this feeling that, I don't think D&D's momentum is going to slow down. I think it's just part of culture now.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm just here in a tiny wee window on this internet. It's been interesting to see how the new season of Stranger Things has very affected people's perception of old school D&D.
Yeah. I still need to watch that. I haven't watched it yet. The previous season kind of turned me off, and then everyone's like, no, but like, watch this one. I'm like, okay, fine, I will. I just need to find the time. Actually, I have an almost, I think I just need the Dungeon Master's Guide, but I have an almost complete set of first edition, including a bunch of the modules, and I would be fascinated to go back and try and play it.
I have had a weird obsession with the Tomb of Horrors for most of my adult life. I've never gotten to run it, and because it was such an infamous, like, player killer.
Yeah. I mean, that was the point. It was, it's basically how do you say I want to kill my players without saying I want to kill my players? And going into it, the DM is trying to kill you.
Yes.
Not one of those, you're like, oh, this is going to be a fun time with my friends, and the DM's just trying to kill us.
And hey,
no, it's like,
if
we're going to run Tomb of Horrors.
If everyone's down for that's fine.
Yeah, if you're down for it, but be upfront about it.
I mean, okay, I guess we all know this, but I do love talking about this, that the classic D&D had such a different, almost like long-running characters in a story, but with much stricter rules on bringing people back. So, like, you would usually play with the same people, the same club, with the same character, slowly going through things. Losing a character was a very big deal. And so things like the Tomb of Horrors gained infamy, not just because of the lethality of the dungeon or the way the traps were constructed, but because it was just designed to kill high-level players, which you may have spent years of your life building.
Also, the fact that in AD&D, you don't get experience from killing things. You get experience for how much gold you brought back to town. And I actually was reading this fascinating article where they interviewed Gygax and the other less famous, but honestly more influential person whose name I can't remember in AD&D, which just kind of proves my point. But they said it was specifically so that they didn't want people to just be murder hobos, basically. There's like, no, if you see a high-level, like, goblin or whatever, try and find a way around it, or try and get it to think that you're on its side. Like, be creative with what you're doing. Don't just be like, enemy, go kill now.
I mean, I know we've probably all seen the same viral video, but what's his name from College Humor talking about how if you have a system where players only get XP from killing, imagine what wizard school was like.
Yeah.
Excuse me, so I'm here for my first day of wizard college. I've got all my books. Good. Take those books and throw them away. Here's an axe, we're gonna kill some fucking goblins. But am I not going to learn about the mystical, magical thing of the arcane? Now, shut up, child. You're going to get swole, you're going to get hench, you're going to cast a fireball. Come with me. Oh, Vanderbeest was saying it's Dave Arneson? Arneson?
Yes, thank you. Dave Arneson. I can never remember his name, even though he's honestly more influential than Gygax. It's kind of the whole Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak thing.
Or Zach De La Roche, Tom Moreno, who did also play D&D as a great big dork in high school. That was the other thing that came from the newest season of Stranger Things, was loads of people who you wouldn't have expected posting like photos of them back in high school being part of the D&D club, and you're like, I'm seeing a correlation here.
Yep.
I kind of wish I could go back in time and just kick the absolute living shit out of young Will. He really needed it. He was such a dweeb. Because I didn't play Dungeons & Dragons, because Dungeons & Dragons was sad for nerds. No, I played Vampire the Masquerade, which meant that I was cool and hip and with it.
God, I want to kick the shit out of you.
Yeah, absolutely deserved. Absolutely deserved. I was a min-maxing little shitlord, and I was absolutely elitist about that. Such a little wanker. It's one of the reasons why, like, I don't tend to think about, like, character classes or optimal stuff anymore. Because young Will was such a little shit about it.
Yeah, Dork, just don't consider doing Milestone XP instead of...
Can't stick around, but it's great to see Memnol back. See ya in the VOD.
What? I mean, thank... What? What the fuck? That was just a drive-by dramatic duck! Where?
Well, Will's breaking. I'm gonna go grab a beer, so...
Hey, oh, holy shit, and thank you! You're not supposed to do that! Like, especially when I'm talking about how much of a dweeb young Will was. Don't encourage that little fuck. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, so Wolfcrad, AR just donated $200. Well, at least we don't have to worry. I'm gonna need to buy you some drinks at PAX. I need to buy you some drinks. Raid saying, don't worry, we can safely say young Will won't see any of that money. That's a good point. Tiny Will never got a mad injection of cash, so no need to worry about time travel there. But he didn't, unfortunately, get the hot shit kicked out of him at any point, so... Fuck, I'm sorry, that just threw me for a loop.
Sorry, before I open it, because it's easier to show you when it's not opened, this beer is called Damn the Sky, and it's just got a tiny kiwi on it. That's really hard to see. It's got a tiny kiwi on it that's been pierced through the heart with an arrow. Because it's like, damn you, Sky, I can't fly.
Curse you, the sky!
Holy Mountain's can art is all phenomenal. I really need to find out who the artist is.
Dorches, I am not saying that at all. Like, that is...
Dorches, I'm just saying, if you did, so there's all these numbers here, for those of you who are unaware, these are hidden bit and sub goals, and when you hit them, shit in the world happens. Unfortunately, the way the API works, we couldn't really do the hard cache one, but I don't feel like tracking it manually.
Just thank you all. Fuck. Coffee! Let's talk about some... Let's go back to talking about D&D. Fuck. Oh, just AR, just walking in, just throwing Take that! It's a very dramatic duck. Peace!
Oh, this song is much more ominous than I intended. There. There. So.
Oh, frickin' yo! Wraith was just saying, should we all just get together and give you a kicking now to make up for all the beatings that young Will didn't get? Lamentably, that's not how it works. Unless you can punches back in time.
I mean, we don't know if we don't try, right?
Welcome to Will WrestleMania! It's 18 people versus Will. Turns out that there's a level of stage beyond crying and screaming.
Yeah, it's the fetal position, Will.
I'm thinking, what comes after that? I'm basically, like Unity physics ragdoll at that stage.
Yeah. And actually, the point after Unity Physics Ragdoll is just static T-pose, just on the floor, just T-posing on the floor, vibrating.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're throwing punches back in time.
And sorry, and Wolfcrad, thank you, Connie, for filling the pint glass. Sorry, I'm just stunned. I don't know what to say. It was such an unceremonious, like, hello! Smash the door in, throws a brick at Will. I'll see you in the VODs! Like, fuck!
It's the equivalent of, like, being shit-faced at a bar, like you've been drinking for hours, and your friend just pops in, and you're like, oh, hey! He's like, hey, I paid for your tab, and then they just leave without even having a pint.
Right?
Just, what?
Wraith just saying quietly, Baron gets it. Compliment cap. Kicked you into the Thoracic period. Is this how I end up developing time travel powers? By getting a beating? Damn it! I was hoping it would be cooler than this. Oh. No, just one more time. Just AR. That's a huge amount of money. Thank you so much. But also, actually, I don't have an end to that. I'm sorry. I was hoping that I could dramatically pull myself into cohesion, and I could not. I could not.
Oh, so one, if we can just, if you want to completely topic change to distract you.
Yes, please, thank you.
So one of the advantages of my new job is I get to crawl around the guts of buildings, which is fascinating. Also, it exposes you to a lot of very specific smells.
Okay.
That, like, do you know what 100-year-old settled dust smells like? It's a very specific smell.
Did you magic missile at the darkness yet, Will? Make sure you use 38 bolts of magic missile, 1 for each month of my sub.
I'm gonna need a request for a shit ton of magic missiles. I mean, that would have been gloriously OP if we've been able to just cast based on subs. No, but seriously, Rainier, thank you kindly. Coming in. Sorry, I'm just a bit discombobulated from a drive-by flavor of blah blah blah.
Wouldn't be Null if Will's not broken by the time we start.
I wasn't ready. This week has been off the chain. Oh, yeah! It's doing the thing. I just wanted to put the cool video in. It does the thing.
Rainier, I've actually tried to figure out how to do that, and it's more of a how do you work that into a system properly. Like, we know enough programmers, we could totally do bits into something. God. Like, the closest thing I've been able to find is maybe bits equals their XP. But then that's when you just suddenly go from level 1 to level 40 in a single session.
Yeah. And it is a lovely problem to have. You know, you will, the Longship individuals, keep this whole thing going, something fierce, and I'm extremely grateful for that. But if challenged, you lot have been proven to be scary. So Baron, we did crowd control Subnautica the other day, and the idea was I set all the prices and bits and buttons for things, because I was like, okay, well, here's a rough...
Does that mean the community is a Monty Hall?
Hello, Fearless, and thank you for the bits, friends. What old welcome! Suffice it to say, I got my face eaten off by a dragon before I'd even built the survival knife at the beginning of Subnautica. Oh, lordy, lordy.
Oh, goodness.
Dorja says that would make Emberlyn level 15 at this point. I reused the Memnol 2.5 video because I think it's been 3 months since we last played Memnol.
Also, you still haven't used the image I sent you.
You're right! Fuck!
Delete the tweet, start over.
Alright, yeah, no. You're right. You're right! Tweet's gotta go.
Disregard tweet.
Disregard tweet! There was no tweet. Pay no attention to the tweet as it was posted.
Mulligan! Mulligan tweet.
We're gonna do it again! We're gonna do it again! Where did I save it?
As I ask myself the same thing, where did I save it? In case I need to send it to you.
And yet, Prototota, there is no Warren Basting save. There was no tweet.
Do you mean to send it again?
Yeah, thank you.
I was smart and just left it on my desktop. Make sure you click on it and do open original, because otherwise Discord saves it's tiny.
Oh, yes.
Which is really annoying.
So, friends, our images might get a little bit weird for a second. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Whisper. Whisper tells you don't worry about it.
Yeah, see, Whisper. Like, Whisper, quick. Distraction, Whisper. Come here. Come here. Why do you always have to jump up from this side? It's the harder side to jump up from.
In true cat fashion, they wish to cause problems on purpose.
Come on. There you go.
Because we've been saving this, friends. We have been saving this image for 1,000 years.
Distraction, kitty.
All right. Now the real tweet has been deployed, and friends, I'm not responsible for this. You're welcome. Dawn just likes it.
I also like that the wrapping for the turkey leg is your own wanted poster.
It's so good.
Where did that come from? I had it commissioned.
It had to exist. You saw where an image was not, and you said that will not stand.
Also, I believe it was just still threatening, just, hey, Will, I need the high-res version of that photo that you have pinned on your timeline.
That was the
You're just
entire
like,
conversation.
You're just like, why? Reasons.
Oh, okay, so friends, last call for food, booze, caffeinated beverages, or otherwise. We'll be getting into the story so far and getting started in just a second.
What was the reaction for the person you commissioned it from? Well, they actually know Will, so it wasn't as spectacular as you would have imagined. I wish you could hear how much he is purring.
It's weird, like it picks up every meow, but not the purrs.
Yeah, he's kind of very low purr, so you can hear it when you're close to him, but that's it.
Street meat. Dungeons and Dragons is a serious game for serious people. Ah!
We need to clip your claws again, buddy. Which we wouldn't have to do if you took care of him properly. But you don't, because you're not a cat. You're a dog in a cat body. I mean, yes, Chris, that is the joke. It's literally that image that they then cartoonified. Okay, dude, either get all the way up on my shoulder or get off. I'm not gonna hold my arm like this forever.
Cat, you've either got to commit.
Okay.
Oh. And Sagebell, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Let me tell you about the Queen of Vipers!
But I can also see it being, let me tell you about the old gods!
I woke up the big deer!
And the big deer awakened the dog.
Puppy. Oh, okie dokie, like these. Alright. Messages have been deployed. People have been informed. Is it time?
I think it might be time.
Might be time.
I'll kill the music on my end then.
Okay. Now let's see if I can do this without fucking it up this time. Okie dokie Lokis. So, we're going to roll intro, then we're going to do recap, and then we're going to get fucking to it. So, I'm only stalling so I can find out whether or not I fucked it up. Hooray! It's officially fucking whisper. It is indeed. Memory equals null once more. Hello, hello. Clank, lovely to see you. Kisa, always a pleasure. Dorcas was suggesting what would happen if mimics could mimic people. There's been multiple hexes running around. That's horrifying.
That's just changelings.
It's just changelings.
That's just cannibalistic changelings.
The self-solving problem. Okay.
Oh, wait. Away from power cords. We'll get those up out of it.
Alright. Welcome, friends, to Memory Equals Null, the continuing adventures of Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, distributor of Existential Crisis, and basically a walking match. And I don't mean in terms of like the amount of times Emberlyn sets fire to things. I mean like, take a nice part of this world, then drop Emberlyn in, and then things set on fire, explode, or change drastically. That seems to be a running theme.
Yeah, more or less.
So, friends, welcome to Memory Equals Null. If this is your first time here, hello, come on in. We're pretty far into this title, so there isn't quite the same amount of amnesiac nonsense that once there was. Or maybe there is, I don't know, I'm not running the campaign. But Memory Equals Null is the creation of Baron von Sheepington III. And the premise is simple. When we started this campaign, we were given a completely blank character sheet, and we had to work out who we were, what happened to us, you know, our stats, our class, everything. We had to work that out just by playing. And so over the course of 15 episodes, we have named ourselves Emberlyn Burns. We are a tiefling warlock specializing in fire. And we have been causing trouble in this great big sunken world. All right. Do you want to take over from here before I get overly arty-farty with the description?
Yeah. The only other things of note, there are these fun little bit and sub goals here. Those influence the world when you hit the goals, which I tell you. Will doesn't know them. Y'all don't know them. I know them. They're up here. Not even the Shadow League of DMs knows them. But when you hit them, stuff in world triggers. Often it's pirates. Sometimes it's memories.
It's been a lot of pirates.
It's a lot of pirates. Also, if you want to contribute to the world and at all, throw out suggestions, snappy one-liners, courses of action, terrible ideas. You're all playing with Will, so do that. Also, I don't remember what the chat command is, but there are NPC and location forms. So whenever I randomly need a new barkeeper or a shop owner or that guy that you're about to stab, I can pull from those. Or if I'm like, I need another bar or a shop, I pull from ones you all have made. So yeah, if you do submit some this session, it does auto-update, or they automatically go from the forum into my spreadsheet, but I do have to refresh the spreadsheet. So if you submit some, let me know, I'll refresh my spreadsheet. So yeah, you can get involved in all sorts of fun ways. I'm constantly trying to think of more ways for you guys to influence the campaign, the world, etc. in general. So
I'm just unfurling my Emberlyn Burns kit, including medallion, tiny figure of Emberlyn Burns, and actual tome with my spells in.
Yeah.
Which is great fun to play with.
I actually have one of those for my wizard as well.
Oh, way cool.
It's a slightly different binding, but yeah, I have mine for my wizard.
Okie dokie Lokis.
Also, my wizard casts spells in Gaelic.
Okay, that's dope.
So, last time on Memory Equals Null, after escaping the ever-changing labyrinth which you were thrown in by the trickster god once she was done toying with you, She threw you in there to get you out of the way. You eventually got out. You met two of the old gods, one of which you had riding along inside of your axe, which was a gift from your patron, the Queen of Embers.
You know, friends, like an average Thursday.
Average Thursday. So, riding along inside Godrend, you came back out. You got the gist of what's been going on. Turns out you haven't been gone for like 4 days. You've been gone for 7 months.
Yeah.
The Emerald Shield has gotten real zealotous and real crusady, and they're just trying to take over the world and purge evil from it. And in fact, they're probably doing war crimes that are much more evil than, you know, anything that they claim everyone else is doing. So yeah, they now have made it so that being a tiefling, for instance, is illegal, and are putting them in concentration camps or just killing them.
As a bright red tiefling, that's bad for us.
Yeah. You found out Hex was indeed dead, and then that Hex was not dead when you discovered you investigated something known as the Black Death that was going in and attacking just Emerald Shield ships, and turns out Hex's mimic weapon has now gotten a lot bigger. It is now a mimic ship.
Toothy got big.
Toothy got very big. You spoke with your goddess briefly. You finally found a avatar for the god that was riding shotgun in Mina, who is the guild master of the Guildiran and also the general of the resistance. She and the new god are taking a moment to kind of, the bonding process takes it out of you a bit. And while you waited, because your goddess told you to kind of sit around and wait, someone's coming to find you, you were approached by Mr. Truffles, aka, let me make sure I say his name correctly, Rolkius. Rolxis, there we go. The Herald of Kamata, which is one of the old gods that you woke up. He is an awakened Corgi Paladin. He is
Corgi Paladin.
Yeah.
Corgi
He's
Paladin.
like white with like brown spots. Real cute. You also found out from Glassjaw, who you met up with ever so briefly, that there's apparently been a bunch of Dragonborn going around asking about you.
Who weren't the Dogs of War, because we did get to say hi to them.
Yes.
So, in terms of our grand goals, we've gotten quite a few of the old gods awake. I'm not sure if we've gotten them all. I'm not sure if we even know the full list. And
you've been told by your queen that if you wake enough up, the rest will basically hear the ruckus and awaken themselves.
Yeah.
So you just have to hit that critical mass. You did manage to get yourselves into the city-state of Tajema, which is very on lockdown. I believe your plan was to go and investigate Artem Knackle of Artem Industries. They've just stopped producing ships and won't tell anybody why.
And that great big red X that you see hanging out the bottom of the map right here, that is one of the entrances to the Great Underdark, where it turns out we are personally very disliked, but we've got to go there anyway at some point, so fucking wee! So friends, if you have any questions, if you need anything, if you need being brought up to speed on anything, now is the time to ask.
Also, if I missed anything, feel free.
Because I'm going to try it. Well, here's what I think we should do. I think we should focus on going to speak to Artem to get started. Because at least now we're into Gemma, and most of our god-flavored nonsense is kind of up to speed. I mean, I could quite happily sit there and talk to the Corgi Paladin for the next 18 episodes of Memory Equals Null, in which the show just becomes Memory Equals Corgi. So Stepagen, we're disliked in the Underdark because we killed one of the 3 big bads.
Your goddess did.
Well, our goddess...
You did not.
Okay, tangentially. No. So the Queen of Embers did the whole, I'm a god now! By killing one of the big 3 baddies. the kind of the villainous demonic gods of the Underdark. One of them got killed.
It is the lower lords, which are the demonic counterparts to the high lords, which is the newest pantheon.
Thank you. I was desperately grasping for the lower lords. Thing is, we are the herald of the Queen of Embers. We are the front of the Macy's parade of the Queen of Embers. And that doesn't put us in a good light in the Underdark. So I'm in no rush to go down there. I know we've got her. Like, the Queen of Embers has been very specific about instructions. Because one of the instructions was find out where/what Tainlu is. Tainlu?
Tainlu, yeah.
Tainlu. That's the Underdark. So we
Tainlu is a city in the Underdark.
Thank you. I'm getting like 60% right on my memory here.
Yeah, it has been like several months.
Wraith makes a good point. The shoes that we found, the magical shoes we found, we should get those identified.
Yeah, you do know that they're magic because when you came through Tainlu Customs, they cast detect magic, and they are apparently magical to some extent.
Yeah. Oh, so I guess a little bit more just for those of you who might be watching for the first time. So this is a scratch-built world, very homebrew, and it is essentially a water world of sorts. The polar ice caps got melted by dragons being grumpy, and so each of the different cities, different islands, kind of has their own method of dealing with this. Ferandrith was kind of like a hollowed-out volcano, so you can see the top of it, but Ferandrith is a city that you could bury right on down. The Red Isles is the top of a great big dragon skull, which is unsettling. That's over here. And
it's a petrified dragon skull, yeah.
And Tajema is a magical city. The wizards have got a great big water shield up, so the city's able to do its thing. Green Spires is a big tree. We made it bigger. And the floating isles are interesting. Stepagen, the Undercity is not full of sharks. Why would you say that? What? Stepagen, have I personally offended you? Do I need to apologise? And, okay, Fearless, you make a good point that being the Herald of Queen of Embers may have some power in that reputation. So, you know, we might not get jumped the first moment we step foot there. But J-Post, there's no such thing as Sharkborn.
There actually are.
Why are you helping them?
It's a thing. It's I forget what they're called in 5th edition, but yeah, they're shark people.
Okay, that is actually a real oh, great. Wonderful. Brilliant.
I think it's just a variation of the merfolk.
So Dorcas is making us a nice little smorgasbord of what we can do. So potential things we can do right now. We can go visit Artem. Now, Artem, to again, for those of you who are just joining us for the first time, he had a bit of a love affair with the person who would become our goddess. Him and the person who would become the Queen of Embers had a little bit of a fling, but he wanted to settle down.
They were engaged.
A little bit of a thing. He wanted to settle down. She wanted to, you know, become a deity more powerful, the likes of which anyone had seen, and those two things didn't gel. He made the ship that we've been trundling around on, the Epoch. It has
and your gun, actually.
And my gun, which we've not really used. We should shoot something. So we can go.
We shot a box.
We did shoot a box. It had it coming. So yeah. Visit Artem, get the shoes identified, research things at the library. What sort of things are you thinking, Dorcas? Or buy useful magic items. Whoa, whoa. When do we spend money on useful things? Dorcas, that's not very Emblem Burns of you. Oh, and Megaboss has popped in an NPC for you.
Alright, I'll refresh the list.
I'll tell you what, let's go get the shoes identified, and then let's go talk to Artem. I don't think the shoes are going... You know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence. That's what I'm suggesting. So, currently we're at the guild, and do we have to roll to not go, who's a good boy, and smush the face of the Corgi Paladin?
Periodically, yes.
Okay. Because he's... self-loving.
Because, yeah, he's literally just... He's big for a Corgi, but it's just a Corgi upright with, like, opposable thumbs in, like, plate armor.
Does he have a little sword? Wraith is like smush the face. All right, so we'll definitely get underway. So we lean down and take a knee to the Corgi Knight, and we're like, right, thank you for this wisdom that you've shared with us. However, there are things we must attend to. If you need us, leave a message at the guild. They'll be able to find us, or follow the smoke.
I mean, he is straight up said he is here to help you, like, wake the gods. So, like, he's joining you.
I forgot that.
Yeah, it wasn't just oh hi. It's no, I'm here to help. Like, let's go. Yeah, you got a puppy last episode.
It just gets better. Okay. Emberlyn lets out a small squeak of absolute happiness at the situation. Like, regains composure. Come, Sir Knight! There's much we must attend to. I can't help it. It's so cute. All right, Emberlyn is going to attempt to keep a straight face, walking along with the Corgi Knight in tow as we leave the Golden Lake.
Yeah. So you settle up your tab. You all get going. You're all, except for Mr. Truffles, are all a little sloshed. You've been day drinking.
We had things to do. So that does mean it's going to make this a little bit challenging. Okay, so I need to find another mage who can identify. I need another magic shot. Oh, thank you.
That was a little intense for. Let's find a magic shop.
Oh shit, no. Okay, record scratch. Dorcas has a much better idea. So, well, you'll find the magic shop. We're still going to go there. Okay. So, having met the Corgi Knight, we leave from the small room. And you're right, we had been day drinking, so we've got to be full Emberlyn. So, addressing the entire bar of the Golden Wake, Emberlyn's like, "Excuse me! Excuse me! I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement to make." And waiting for the bar to hit just the right level of drunken hush, lifts atop the Corgi and yells, "This is my new friend!"
He just goes, "Hello." Please put me down.
I put the Corgi back down again.
Also, he is wearing full plate, so he is fairly heavy.
I like to think we got a cheer from that one.
Roll performance check.
We know that. Actually, we don't know that.
Then roll me a charisma check. And let me look up your actual.
Yep. God, I love this night mode character sheet.
Right? Oh god, it took them so long to implement it.
Right. Give a good old charisma roll. 8.
Yeah, of the people that were paying attention, you get a it's like 3/4 the bar, and the other fourth is like, wait, what's going on? Oh, got it.
Fair. Corgi gets put down. I'll be forever salty that the rest of Golden Wake wasn't as excited about Sir Corgi Knight as I was, but you know, it is what it is. It's what it is. Wraith says we need a new Dave. We do need a new Dave. Okay. I'm gonna let the rest of the usual crew just enjoy a few pints. I just kind of like flail wave at Chelsea and be like, look, I'm just gonna take the corgi to go get these shoes looked at. I'll be back in a bit. So I want to give Chelsea just a feckin' break, and Mina as well. Wait, no. Who? What's the name of our bard? How have I forgotten?
Amber.
Amber. I mean, Mina's doing god shit now, so whatever. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave Chelsea and Amber to just have a feckin' breather. They deserve at least a few hours without, you know, having their entire view of the world changed because of some shit that Emberlyn did.
Right.
Plus, I want to hang out with the Corgi Knight.
Are you going back to the magic shop that you know?
No, I'm going to try and find a different one.
You don't want to go back to the Shellfish and Moreau? We've got cats.
Oh, that was good. But the person didn't like us. New Dave didn't like us. We need to find a new Dave.
Alright, let's go with this one.
So, last time we went to a magic shop, I spent the entire time insisting that the person behind the counter was called Dave. They did not like this. So we need a new Dave. That's just the long and short of it. This is what we get for day drinking.
Alright, go ahead and roll me a... what would it be? Let's do an investigation check with disadvantage because you're drunk.
Uh-oh. Okay, investigation... 6. Fuck.
Yeah, so it takes you a while, and like you try to keep getting directions from people like, excuse me.
I need magic people!
Excuse me, I need a magic shop. Excuse me, I need a magic shop. Do you know what a magic shop is?
Magic!
Which, keep in mind, this is a town full of wizards. That's like coming to Capitol Hill and asking where the gay bar is. They're all the gay bar. Eventually, out of sheer blind luck and stupidity, you stop and look up, and you're standing in front of a sign that says, "The Dream of Korea." I'm probably butchering that. This is made by a goblin cap. The shining sign above the entrance has a deep blue laurel swaying from its sides. The shop is a long corridor with a long, deep blue carpet going all the way from the door to the counter that is located on the far end at the back of the shop. Along each side are beautifully shaped items, and above the counter is a simple warforged head with one eye placed square in the middle.
Wobbling slightly as Emberlyn enters, I say, "Hello! New Dave! Please look at my shoes!"
As I now have to pull up an NPC. But walking down this, you like all of the items on the shelves are like gorgeous, like chrome, and have this like kind of cosmic sheen to them, where it just looks like stars kind of slowly going over the surface. It's very pretty.
God, now I suddenly don't want to be a jerk.
Let's see.
You have to imagine, friends, that as Emberlyn is trying to wobble their way towards the counter, they keep getting distracted by every shiny, every glowy thing.
Yeah.
Day drinking's fun.
All right. Taking notes. This is the downfall of doing it this way, is now I have to take a bunch of notes about where I use the NPCs. Alright, so standing behind the counter is a Kenku of indeterminate gender that just looks like a walking apocalypse. apothecary. Jesus Christ, that was hard to say. With satchels and vials, deep blue eyes, with like magpie-colored feathers. They are currently like browsing through a book and like, hello, hi.
I take out the magic shoes that we acquired, and I just kind of like I start with the wind up like I'm gonna slam them down, and then I'm like, wait a second, this place is nice. I gently place them on the table, and then kind of back away at them as if they're about ready to go off. And I go, these shoes are magic, and I don't know why. Could you help me?
Oh yes, they slap the book closed and stick it under the counter. Yes. These are. They like open and go. Very old. The last wore them was treating an infection on their leg, not on their foot, which is important. But they got some of the salve on the shoes. It was quite a while ago. Sorry, you wanted them identified, not to know the medical history of who wore them. Yes.
It's all useful. It's all useful.
Can I get you to roll a how do you do persuasion roll to see what they how generous they're feeling right now?
16.
16, all right. Yes. I see you're part of the Golden Wake, so we'll give you the guild discount. It will be 7 silver, please.
Okie dokie, which we can very afford.
So give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab the beer real quick.
See, Dorches, I like to imagine the beak got ever so close, almost to lick the shoes, and then not. Right.
Okay.
So.
I love having the really nice like rollerblade wheels on my chair, but occasionally if you sit down too hard, it's just like, and we're gone.
So long, remember me. So yeah, I've marked the 7 silver off.
All right. This was also made by. This character was by Kisa.
Hey.
So you're like digging on in your pouch trying to get out 7 silver. You look up and you place it on the counter, and they're like already like doing something else. Like, oh yes, sorry. And they like put down the vials that they had pulled out of their bag, and like, oh yes, yeah. All right, thank you. They take it and they throw it in their little money pouch. Come. All right, now do I identify these? And they take out 2 feathers that look like they're actually their feathers, like that have fallen out in the past. They place them on the other side.
Okay.
They place their hands on the counter and begin chanting a magical incantation. The feathers kind of flutter up and start slowly flitting and spinning around the item, creating this, and you now kind of recognize it from the items that are all around you. This is kind of like cosmic orb around it, where it looks like the shoes are just being encapsulated in this like Milky Way spiral.
I start putting my body between me and Sakorgi, just in case.
After a moment, the spell concludes.
I gently move out of the way of Sakorgi. Look at him. Yeah, I would have protected you.
The feathers flit towards this Kenku. They grab them, and they kind of hold them side by side. They like look through them at the item.
Yeah.
They go, these are. Oh, these are boots of haste.
Useful.
So let me pull up the.
No terrible curses or anything on those got to worry about.
No, like I said, the person before them had an infection, but I don't think that was from the shoes.
And friends, for today, Wraith will be playing the fiscally conscious part of Emberlin's psyche, saying, I bet they charge more for the light show. Bloody rip-off. Yeah, who was Haste and why did they lose their shoes?
Oh wait, sorry. It might be Boots of Speed. I might have gotten the name wrong.
Shoes of Haste, Boots of Speed, Crocs of Indeterminate Acceleration,
Alright, sorry,
Loafers
Boots of
of
Speed.
Jogging.
Sorry, Boots of Speed, not Boots of Haste. Slightly different.
Okay.
While you wear these boots, you can use your bonus action to click the boots' heels together. If you do so, the boots double your walking speed, and any creature that makes an opportunity attack against you has disadvantage on attack rolls. If you click your heels together again, the effect ends.
Ooh.
When the boots property has been used for a total of 10 minutes, the magic ceases to function until you finish a long rest.
Well, tippity tappity, let's make these boots happy. I'm popping those on. The boots of methamphetamine. Very different boots.
Alright, and now they're on your character sheet. Haha! Because the magic of roll 20. So if you go down to the bottom of your inventory there, which is quite long at this point.
Boots of speed. Boots of speed. So
They're in there.
So
yeah, basically, as a bonus action, you can double your movement speed.
And make it so that attacks of opportunity are a disadvantage, so we can dodge and weave. We can dodge and weave.
Yep.
If slap fight has taught us anything, that's the way to go.
Mm-hmm. You don't take damage if they can't hit you.
Yeah. Emberlin's gonna get one shot in this episode.
Clicks heels. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Oh shite. I just overshot my turn.
There's no place like Bacon, thank you for the 200 friends.
Just there's no place like, oh, that was the netting, shit.
Ah! I can't stop running.
There you go. Right. Anything else you can do for you? Any magic items you're interested in buying? We have quite the selection.
So Dorcas, you were saying like, you know, we're in a magical shop full of wizards. This might be the last chance we get to burn some cash. Is there anything that we need? Because for like gold, we seem to have a stupid amount, and we've got a crap load of platinum and gold. You know, we still have the scroll from the Mimic Temple. Shit, we could find out what that does. Hopefully, it doesn't blow this poor Kenku up, but. We found out what the ruby ring did, didn't we? That was the that was like a ring of protection.
It's ring of shield, yeah.
Yeah, Mega Boss, the Sonic Cursed, for one must go fast.
Yeah, the ring of shield. Basically, you can activate it as a reaction and get a +5 bonus to AC. It also just negates magic missile.
Okie dokie. I mean, Feck, while we're here, let's find out. So, I guess, you know, Emberlin's just been very impressed by the light show and is desperately searching for other things to do like the cool flashy lights with, and is like, I got a scroll. Could you tell me about the scroll? Could you? Pops the scroll down. Could you have a look at that one?
Again, they've already, while you were deciding, they've gone back to the vibes like, oh, yes. Yes, I can identify. That'll be another 7/7, please.
Not a problem, not a problem. I'll have to do math in a second and break it down. Can you crack a gold?
I guess I believe I can do that.
Lovely. Alright. Okay. Let's find out. Very exciting.
Okay.
Very exciting.
So yeah, they perform the ritual again and do this. Yeah. Where did my thing go?
one of these days, we're going to get one of these items checked out, and it's just going to pop out a bunch of tendrils and eat the poor fucking mage or something.
They again conclude the spell. It's quite pretty again. This time, the spiraling like cosmos that's happening inside, about halfway through, turns this very lovely like forest green.
Ooh.
They finish. They look through the feathers again. They go, "Oh, well then." This is a spell scroll, obviously. This is the heal spell. And then as the DM shoots a creature you can see within range, a surge of positive energy washes through the creature, causing it to regain 70 hit points. The spell also ends blindness, deafness, and diseases affecting target. The spell has no effect on constructs or undead.
Fucking wee!
It is a 6th level evocation spell.
Fucking yo! Oh.
It's a very, very rare scroll.
Pops it away in the bag. Oh, we are doing well. Ooh, you know what? Okay, Dorcas, thank you. Compliment Cat, that's not a bad point. We could definitely use some, like, protection from scrying or something like that. Or something that makes us not look like a tiefling. So still swaying. Still swaying. It's like, eh. Excuse me. What if I wanted to buy something from you? What if I didn't want to look like this? What if I wanted to look like the most boring human who was ever a boring human?
Well, let me go through my list and see if they have anything like that. No.
So yeah, Roasted Toaster, Dorcas is right. We are a level 5 warlock, and we have chosen the Pact of the Tome because it's all about the book we got. It's all about the book.
Why don't you just go ahead and roll a d20 for me? We're going to see if they have something similar. This is basically just a luck roll.
Okay.
Luck isn't an actual spell or an actual stat, but we're going to say that it is.
By the power of Grayskull! 15.
15. All right. What's that item called? Actually, as it so happens, we do, when they get down from behind the counter, and they waddle over to one of the shelves, and they kind of wave their hand in front of it before they grab the thing off. And it's this, like, this very well-made, like, deep blue, like, tricorn with, like, metal trim, like, metallic trim. It's very pretty. Yeah, this is a hat of disguise. They put it on and they kind of activate it, and then they suddenly look like a gnome.
Just a wee little gnome.
They cast it again, and they suddenly look like a kobold. Then they take it off, and they revert back to their little kinky self.
That is wonderful. How much? Feckin' wee? Sorry, Evelyn wouldn't say feckin' wee. My apologies.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check for me.
Persuasion. Here we go. 19.
What was this? Okay. This one here would be 75 gold.
Friends, we can afford that. We can afford that. Now, I've got to do math. I hate math. 75, so it'd be 20. So that would leave us with 47 gold. Done and done! Slaps the pouch of cash in their hand.
Alright. There you go, and they hand the hat over to you.
5 gold left. Feckin' wee! So, I would try popping it on immediately.
Yep. It's magic, so it fits regardless. It's a little snug because it has to go like between your horns.
Yeah.
But, and then, yeah, you can use your action and you can cast the Disguise Self spell at will.
Ooh! I need to find the Disguise Self spell so I know what it does. But I'm guessing it just makes us appear to be... we got a fancy hat! This was definitely worth the trip.
Disguise Self. You make yourself, including your clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings on your person, look different until the spell ends or until you use your action to dismiss it. You can seem 1 foot shorter or taller and can appear fat, thin, or in between. You cannot change your body type, so you must adopt a form that is the same basic arrangement of limbs, otherwise the extent of the illusion is up to you.
Okay, so we can't be monstrous spider person.
The changes wrought by this spell fail to hold up physical inspection. For example, if you use this spell to add a hat to your outfit, the object passes through the hat, and anyone who touches it would feel nothing or would feel your head and hair. If you use the spell to appear thinner than you are, the hands of someone who reaches to touch you would bump into it while you seem still in the midair. To discern that you are in disguise, a creature can use its action as a spell to inspect your appearance and must succeed on an intelligence investigation check against your spell save DC.
Okay.
So you can tell what are the old spells because they have way more stipulations. So this is like an AD&D spell that keeps getting transferred down.
Okay. It's the amount of times people have used that for shenanigans and the designers have been like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Alright, so it doesn't hold up to physical inspection, no multiple limbs. But it should allow us to pass through.
Yep, and so yeah, you can appear to not have horns and be like normal human colors if you wish.
It is I, normal human man Dave. We're gonna have fun with this.
Roasted toaster, it is a tricorn.
Gotta keep that Pirate of the Skies look going a little bit. Okie dokie Lokis. Hat of Disguise. Absolutely enamored. I first make myself look like boring human man. And I'm like, ha-ha! And then back. And then Kenku. And I'm like, ha-ha! And then
You're a
back.
particularly tall Kenku.
Extremely tall Kenku. And then extremely tall Corgi Knight. Ha-ha! What do you think?
Yeah, you hear the soft clapping of pads clapping together from
soft paw clapping. It's so good. All right, and I'm back. Yeah, okay, and I do want to go with the Sage Bell suggestion. When I do the Corgi maneuver, it's still stubby Corgi legs. It's just all torso.
just tube Corgi. It's like long Furby but dog.
Yeah, long Furby but Corgi. Okay, so this is a definite win. Right. So we thank the Kenku probably a little more than we should on account of the fact that we've been day drinking. And then we totter on happily out of the shop.
Yeah.
While that was fiscally sensible, we got the good stuff.
Yeah. You, as you're going on and thanking this Kenku way too much, you turn around to look at Reluxus finally, who is just sitting there, like, looking at his thumbs and just flexing them. He's like, sorry, what?
You get used to it, don't worry.
Yeah, it's weird.
But you get to do the grabbies. Alright, now, we need to see a person about a boat. Or several boats. Or several boats in specifics.
Uh-oh. Also, the character's name was Clover, which you never asked, but somebody asked in chat.
Alright, so while we don't know Clover, we met Clover.
Correct.
Right. With typical Emberlin style, it's onwards! And a drunk Totter trots out of the magic shop.
Do you have the hat activated, or do you just look at yourself?
Wait, did we unactivate it from Corgi mode?
Yes, you did.
Okay. We haven't activated it just yet.
Just asking.
We're gonna have fun with this hat.
Alright. So, where to?
Next up, let's go see Artem. Let's see what's going on. Why he's not making ships. Hopefully he's not being all sad.
Alright, so you make your way to Artem Industries. You start to sober up a little bit. Because you're, I assume, going on foot.
Yes.
The walk sobers you up a bit. You get back to kind of the Artem Industries like showroom building that you were in, and the doors are closed, and there's like guards posted out front.
Greetings, guards at the door. Emmeline Byrne, Herald of the Queen of Embers. I'd love to see Mr. Artem.
The one guard just goes, "Shop closed for now until they decide to reopen it. Move along."
Okay. Emberlin turns the back to them, takes a deep breath. Deep breath. Healing thoughts. Think of the Queen of Embers. I'm so sorry. It's been a day, lots been going on. I know Mr. Artem very personally, and I believe he would be expecting me.
Because, yeah, you and everyone else who wants to buy a boat right now. Shop's closed, move along.
I have a boat! I don't require an additional boat. Merely to see Mr. Artem.
Yeah, you and everyone else. But very busy man doing busy entrepreneur stuff. Has various clear instructions to see no one, let no one through these doors. Move along.
Fine. And friends, please. I've turned down the volume on my mic because there's background noise coming through and there's nothing I can do about it. So you can either have horrible white noise or quiet will. Which would you like? I'm doing my best here, people! See, there we go. Okay. Now, where were we? We're trying to get around the old classic guards being jerks problem. Well, why don't you lovely Mother Hubbards come up with how we're getting past these jerks? Fuck. Right. Well, the noise has stopped, which is why I have turned the mic back up. Anyway. So the guards aren't letting anybody in. Right now, I want to beat one of them to death with the other one.
Could you roll a perception check for me?
Yeah, sure. Oh, nat 20 on perception.
Is that nat? Nope, not nat.
Not
Modified 20.
My apologies. I forget that it does like the shiny 20 when you get that.
Yeah, it's green or whatever. So these are not city guards. These are actually Artem Industries guards. Like they've got the Artem Industry insignia on their lapel on their armor. They're also both currently standing guard. They both have rifles and then pistols on their hips. Like these are very well armed guards.
Okay.
And also just the mannerisms and the way that he's telling you to move along. It seems like this is probably the 20th time in this hour he's had to tell somebody to fuck off.
Okay. So our options. Now we do know where Artem lives, so we could sneak in, but in the past we've kind of gotten to. Well, actually, no, we've not been to Artem's house, have we? We've been to the.
Nope, you've been to his office.
We've been to his office, which is inside. So we've got sneaking in, murder these two guys, although it seems like they might be more geared for a fight than we're potentially ready for. And right now, with everything being, with everyone being so jumpy as they are, I wouldn't want to start killing street guards. Let's say that as a last resort.
Especially private guard. Like, these aren't even city guards. These people signed up for this.
And they both appear just regular human, right?
One's a human, one is a half-elf.
Ah, piss. Half-elves with their sneaky night vision. Because what we could do is just cast the massive darkness and just...
They don't have magical night vision. Your darkness counts as magical, and unless they have something that allows it to pierce the darkness, it's like nothing can see through it except you. Well, I can double check that, but I'm pretty sure you're the only one that can see through your darkness. Spells.
Sorry, just bring them up over here. So we've got darkness.
Magical darkness spreads from point you choose within a range. Blah, 5 radius sphere of duration. Darkness spreads around creature. Yeah, a creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness.
Ooh.
A non-magical light can't illuminate it. If the point you choose, blah 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 blah. Yeah. They have to have this very specific magic vision that you have, that you took when you leveled up to, I think, level 2 or level 3.
Lost Flowers is like, not the best idea. Okay, so, alright, let's look it through. So, there's...
Yeah, you took Devil's Sight, which is this thing, which allows you to see through...
Oh, yes, both normal and magical darkness.
That's specifically why you took it, so you can go, darkness, I'm the only one that can see.
Yeah, slap, slap, slap. Now, I'm not saying we need to start Slap Fight 2, the Reslappening, but I'm honestly...
Electric Slap-a-loop?
Oh, we can do better. We can do better. Battlestar Slap-Alactica.
Tokyo Slap?
2 Slap, 2 Furious. I'm saying we cast Magical Darkness and just fucking walk past them while they're playing, Beyblades. Dorchus was saying, what time is it roughly?
Let's see, what time was it? It's evening, so it's probably 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Then, honestly, Emberlin's patience is wearing exceedingly thin on this one. So, Lost Flowers, we could use the disguise hat, but who would we disguise ourselves as? Hi, it's me, regular Daveman. Do you know who works here? But with a fancy hat on. We could turn into a guard, wearing a fancy... yes, hello, it is me, regular guard, who's also called Dave. I'm just gonna keep going to work today.
All of your personas are called Dave.
Apparently. Evelyn Burns and the League of Daves. Yeah, I'm thinking of just casting darkness and just strolling past them. Let them freak out.
Fun fact, in my Cult of the Lamb playthrough, all of my cultists are just named Greg 1 through whatever. So Greg 1, Greg 2, Greg 3.
Gotta go for that full-on Gary mode. Gary. If you've not seen the Gary Vault from Fallout, then you have missed out on a treat. Alright. So, any better suggestions than stroll through the darkness? Because we do have Fiery Blink as well, so if they start trying to stab, we can be like, nope. Sorry.
Also, currently it is 2-on-2. It's you and Reluxus.
Yeah.
The rest of the party is elsewhere.
All right. Ray says, "Can we set them a little bit on fire?" I think we can do that. Just a little bit of fire on their sleeves. Not enough to hurt them, but enough to cause some confusion. All right. So I think that is what we are going to be doing. So I would like to cast Darkness on these two dingleberries outside. I will then pick up Sakorgi, trundle past these two, and you know what, Wraith? I'm not going to set them on fire because I don't want to accidentally set the Corgi on fire. I know it's somewhat against our ideals, but then we are kind to the kind, and the Corgi has been lovely to us. And I don't want to accidentally set a Corgi on fire. Plus, no one wants that burnt hair smell. So Dorch's out. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that is what I would like to do. Baron von Sheepington.
Sorry, getting a second. I'm just setting things up quickly.
Battle music begins. I'm just going to leave them. I'm just going to leave them spinning round. Oh shit, we've got our haste boots as well. We can be like,
Sure.
If possible, I'm going to avoid fighting these two. So I don't want to melt the personal guards.
I don't.
And you're right, Dorchus, I haven't attuned them, but I can activate them by just popping my heels together as a bonus action.
Yeah, they actually don't require attunement. I don't think.
Well, we'll soon fucking find out as Emberlyn runs smack into a wall at full tilt. Well, I mean, wait, what if they're not? What if it turns out they're like Artem's fucking favourite grandsons or some shit? And I just melted them in their faces.
Artem's a gnome.
Dude lived a life, alright? We met, like, his fiance is now our deity. That dude... You know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence, because... That takes us into some strange territory. I'll just suffice to say, Artem is a man who's lived.
So, super fancy drawing.
Woohoo! We need to get you a
Alexis
corgi
doesn't
token.
have a. Yeah, I don't have a corgi token. So if someone wants to draw me a corgi token, I will use it.
First person to draw a corgi wins. Okay.
Wait for brown spots. So let me. Since you're doing this does count as a hostile action towards them, so I'm going to make you roll initiative.
He-balls!
So select your token and then click the initiative button on your character sheet.
Boosh. Oh, 3? Are you fucking me right now?
Alright, just suddenly propagated all of the old.
Yeah, I saw a lot of old names and was very worried about a return.
No. Alright, let's see. No, not this one. Let's go with...
That moment when you start thinking, perhaps this wasn't a good idea.
Does this work if I do it for... I I was straight out. Hey, wow.
Fuck. I guess Gorgo was not expecting this.
Yeah, they were just like, oh, okay, well, then we'll go. Oh, God.
They'll learn. They'll learn.
Wow, everyone's just rolling terribly.
Except for that one guy who seems to have actually like had his afternoon coffee. Apparently, Dorcas, it is mathematically possible to roll lower than me.
But just barely. Descending. Alright, so you cast Darkness, which does take them by surprise. Because they were not expecting that. So you actually do get to go first. This is a surprise round.
Alright. Bonus action is whenever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I will be popping my little heels together.
Okay. Your speed is now doubled.
I would like to grab Socorgo by the hand and head through the door past them.
Okay, so you move up with Corgo in tow, and the door's locked.
Fuck. Okay. I would like to cast... you know what? I'd like to cast Eldritch Blast on the door lock.
Okay, you can try. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Where are my spells? They're over here.
So I think Eldritch Blast is a roll to hit. So actually, go back to your core.
Right,
And it should be an attack.
Okay. There we go. Eldritch Blast. 12.
Alright, 12 is high enough to hit a door. Go ahead and roll damage and see if you break through this door or not.
And that's...
So just click where it says, where it says Eldritch Blast in the chat box. You should be able to just click that. Did
it do it for me?
Oh, yeah, it did. You cast Eldritch Blast. You did 1 fire damage.
How good's the lock?
Better than 1 damage worth of fire damage.
Piss. And it's not a creature, so I can't do the repelling blast, can I? I can't push the door off its fucking hinges. Can I try?
Oh, yeah, you do 2 beams. So go ahead and roll another 1d10 for me.
Come on! I'm not even fighting these guys! I just need to open the pissing door! 5. 5 fire damage.
Let me look at how much health doors have. There's a thing about that, trust me, it's a whole thing.
Do 2 repelling blasts count? Have I just fucked this door? See, Dorcas, you're like the competent part of Emberlin's brain. See, the thing is, I'm never usually one for... if I forget a rule as a character, that's on me. I never hold that against the world. But right now, we're just trying to open a door with explosions. Wraith, this week you seem to be the fiscally conscious part of Emberlin's psyche.
There it is. Okay. How much damage did you do in total? 6?
6 in total.
So the door cracks a little bit and splinters, but it is still closed currently.
Piss.
It's a good door.
It's a good door. It's a good door, Brett. It's a good door.
They're all good doors, Brett. Bront.
Oh, good doors, Brunt. Fuck. Okay. Right. Listen. Okay. Now, Baron, I'm not a min-maxing jerk, but we have Agonizing Blast, which adds our charisma to our Eldritch Blast.
Oh, that's true.
And being two of them, it would be 4 for each.
So
that'd be an extra 8.
So 8, 13, 14. It's barely on there, but it is still on there.
What is this fucking door made of?
It's like a 2-inch thick wood door.
Yeah, you're right. This is some gnomish nonsense.
Also, they're designed to be like really fancy, like intricately carved doors, like to their showroom.
Yeah, we're gonna have to buy Artem a new fucking door after this. Piss.
You have movement left. That's it.
You know what? I'm still taking the poor corgi by the hand. I'm just going to take 2 steps back as quietly as I can. So I'd like to move to over here, take my little corgi with, just because they can't see, but that doesn't mean they can't hear.
To where?
I'd like to move just to over here.
I mean, I think you can move yourself.
Okay. And I want to bring my little corgi with, if that's okay.
Okay.
There we go. Just so if these two decide to play spin to win, they can't stab me.
They are, because they can hear you and you just cast an incredibly loud spell and it moved back, they are going to take some swings at you at disadvantage because they can't see you, and also you got your boots on.
Yeah.
There's no double disadvantage, it's just disadvantage, so. 1d20 plus... Actually, yeah, it's +3. And actually, yeah, you just, like, you hear them unholster their pistols the second that you cast Darkness. So disadvantage. So 10, which I don't think hits you.
No.
And they both do it, so... Ooh. 12, which I don't think hits you.
No.
Okay. You're so lucky that...
Wraith, it is not going to be Smithers all over again. Do not jinx this.
Yeah, so you back up, and you just hear, like, this, you know, supersonic crack of a bullet being fired from 2 different guns that just go on either side of you.
I stifle a giggle.
It is Relux's turn. Herald of Kamata. I need to remember what spells our little Corgo friend has. Actually, they're so confused and they can't see anything, so they're just going to take the dodge action. Guard B, who is more on his shit. Let's see what's his guards. 12, which is not good enough. It blindly stumbles this way and ends up like here, and you hear just another gunshot. To just fly like it flies down like this way. Like he shot way too far ahead. Oh, actually, are you centering the darkness on yourself?
Because it's 15, isn't it?
Yeah.
I cast it at the door. I don't want to bullshit my way out. So
I just want to know where I can draw the circle.
Yeah. So I was casting it at the door.
So the door's the center?
Yeah.
So 5, 10, 50. You're actually outside the range now. So it's like there-ish, I think. Oh, actually, can I just give the door a radius? I think I can. No, I can't. It's not a token.
Curse you, untokened door! So they've stumbled out.
Okay, we'll say that he's still just inside. We'll say he's stumbled there.
Okay.
Just for consistency. Yeah, and so Reluxus is now outside and it's just like, what is happening? Guard B stumbles this way. And they just barely don't have sight of Reluxus, so they're just gonna take another blind shot somewhere. Nope, misses. You just hear another crack.
It's a critical fail. Something's got to have happened there.
Actually, yeah. Let's see. Oh, don't make me fucking pull up the DMG again. Okay. You hear one of the guards scream in pain. It would appear that he accidentally shot his friend. Actually, I guess you can see it because you have magic dark vision. You see his friend just like take a bullet to the shoulder.
I said I need to see Mr. Autumn. I wasn't fucking around.
Alright, it is your turn again.
Alright, one more Eldritch Blast to the door.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit.
Da-da-da-da-da-do. 17.
I'm going to do another 1d10 since it's 2. You can just cast it again if you want to. We'll just use the damage.
Okay. And an extra 2.
Plus 8.
Plus 8.
Because it doesn't add your plus 4, I don't think. No, it doesn't. So that's what, 15 more damage? Yeah, you cast this at the door again, and you see the door, which was already like barely hanging on, but was still just together enough that it was in the way, just splinter and explode into the room.
Then I, once again grabbing Sokorgi, I need to start using his name, I can't keep calling him Sokorgi. I grab him by the little hand, I head on through the door.
Keep in mind, he can only travel as fast as his movement speed is, unless you're picking him up.
His little feeties. Then I think I'm gonna pick him up and run. Let's use those haste boosts and run on in.
Can you give a strength check for me?
This is the point where it finds out I can't actually pick him up.
But you can pick him up. It's just if you.
Oh,
Okay,
16?
16. Yeah. So you pick him up and you realize, oh god, he's heavy, and then you start sprinting through the door.
Yeah.
So you can move 60 feet now since you're moving to double. So 5, 10, 15. So yeah, you're like way in there.
Okay. Feckin' bye. Is that a? Yeah.
Reluxus is like, what is happening?
Don't worry about it. This is normal.
I'm just gonna roll. Yeah, both the guards can't tell where the fuck you went. So yeah, you sprint through. They're still like, you hear them be like, "Where did I go?" And then one of the guards stumbles out. We're gonna take you out of initiative order at this point. But there is a brief. You hear them like disappearing behind you, and like, "Where did you go?" Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, we didn't harm the guards. They harmed each other. Did we facilitate that happening? Possibly, but we didn't do it.
How long do you leave the boot zone? You get 10 minutes of activation time per long rest.
Oh, okay. So I guess once we're in and clear, I'll tap them together in case we have to make a run for it later.
Okay.
But because
So
once we're in and the guards are doing their thing, we'll calm down to a walk and just walk through there like we're supposed to be there.
all right. So you walk in. You remember roughly how to get to Artem's office.
Indeed.
You're just walking around like nothing's happened?
Walking around like we're meant to be there, walking over to Artem's office.
All right. Are you still carrying Mr. Truffles?
So, for longer than I probably should have, and I realize I've just been kind of like holding him, like almost like a little safety blanket. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I put him down. I'm like, right, let me introduce you to an old friend, at least in
As you put him down, he's like, it's a little embarrassing, but.
Oh, the corgi has been posted. Where has it been posted? Sorry, our video is going to get squiggly for just a second. It has been posted in Creation Celebration. Oh, look at his little face!
Trying to get to the bottom of creation. Y'all create a lot. Oh.
Right?
Alright, I will assign that to.
Bleb. Posable thumbs and all. Mega Boss, you delivered.
Where am I?
And Roasted Toaster, you are right. Gnomes are known for being great craftsmen, and so the door was probably sturdy as.
Alright, I will add that to Relux's
Little carriage sheep.
Yep.
That's so cool. So whilst that's been done, like to recap, friends, our party consists of Emberlyn Burns, a storm-rending bard, a fire-infused war turtle, and now a corgi knight. That's not too shabby. I mean, okay, Hex will always live on in our hearts, but Hex has outgrown us, and that's okay. Hex is off being Sky Pirate with a mimic ship. We can't step to that. And nor would we want to hold little Hex back. You know? Hex always had potential. We saw that.
How? Okay, this might have to wait because
Is Roll20 being a butt?
I have now added enough things to my Roll20 account that since I've downgraded my account, it's not letting me upload things.
Oh no!
So I will have to add that later once I clear out my library, because I've always just been archiving things because I have the pro account. But yes, that will go on to be RoleX's sheet.
Well, Mega
Once
Boss, thank you kindly.
Alright.
Yeah, you're right. Dorcas, Hex is champion of the Queen of Embers. He's a co-worker. Like, you know, and he's a champion. He's fighty. He's got to be kicking ass. We're basically like the first strike PR department, you know. We're the herald. We're the announcer. We're the voice. Hex is the muscle. Weird when you say it out loud, but...
Hex has historically done way more damage than you.
Mm-hmm. The amount of bad decisions that Hex has gotten us out of is far more than I care to count. Embassy of the Queen of Embassy. There you go, Wraith, the announcer.
All right, so you begin strolling your way through, and you get to his office, which is the door is closed.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good time. If you don't mind, we'll take us a quick bio break,
No worry.
since we've been going for like 2.5 hours.
I'll keep these lovely folks entertained.
Shall be right back.
Friends, I did not have time to faff around with a couple of guards. We've got shit to do. We've got places to be. Now, there was a point there where I as soon as Wraith said, it's going to be Smithers all over again, and I'm like, no, I'm not having Emberlyn getting killed by 2 dumb guards. Like, Smithers was a trap. These guards weren't even important enough to have names. I still have to hear about Smithers' bloody parrot. Terrors. Actually, you know what, Dorchus? That's a very interesting point. Hex kept us from dying to a mimic, and is now basically king of mimics. Well, pirate king of mimics. Oh, God. Oh, no. So, friends, we've been playing this campaign for 15 sessions now. God knows how many hours we've been playing Memory Equals Null Season 2, and it has just struck me that we're basically playing like a strange variant of One Piece. Except for Hex is the main character. Hex is going to be the Sky Captain of the Grand Line. I just realised. With a bit part in our own story. Sky Captain Hex. Sky Captain Hex and the land of tomorrow.
And I'm back.
Hello, hello. Oh, you got a lot of background noise, good sir.
Oh, what the hell.
Ah, there we go. Ah, but now you're silent. Curses!
I think it is Discord deciding to suddenly turn off noise suppression.
It's been a jerk today, it really has. Friends, if you want to go grab a snack, if you want to go grab a bevy, now's the time. I'm going to nip to the loo in just a second. Baron's doing battle with tactical problems, and then I'm going to have a bathroom break myself.
Okay. Now we should be good.
It is all sounding lovely. Right.
Yeah.
My turn. And then...
Head away.
Yeah. Then we have to decide whether or not we're going to tell Artem about the... the door.
Let's go with something slightly less. Alright, so chat, how are you? Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Hungry. I'm also a little bit hungry, but I did have I decided to treat myself. There is a bagel place nearby. They have wood-fired bagels. So I sprung for a bagel and cream cheese before we started. Because I've learned my lesson. I never realized I should probably eat before Memnol's, since I'm basically drinking for 7 hours. Playing Splatoon 2 DLC, nice. No bagels near. I'm sorry, Sage. It's the advantage of living in a city. There's tons of really good food everywhere. Oh, thank you, Lost Flowers. I am doing well. Oh god, there's no good Gyro places in here. There's one that's kind of okay, and that's it. And I'm very salty, so I fucking love a good Gyro. Also, if anybody wants to do themselves some psychic damage, just get from the SLU side of town. God, I fucking hate SLU. 2 of my buildings are in SLU, and I fucking hate walking through there. Also, since last bento, for those of you that aren't aware, I got a new job, so... So yeah. Instead of being a school custodian, I'm now a building engineer. Which sounds a lot fancier than it is. I'm maintenance. Which means I get to do fun things like crawl through the guts of buildings and... Yeah. The other day, we were trying to find... one of your neighbors at the security front of meta buildings. What does being a building engineer entail? It's basically just maintenance. We do... As long as it's not like major reconstructive stuff, we do plumbing, electrical, graffiti removal. We deal with the boilers and the HVAC system and the... What am I missing? All that kind of things that makes a building run. All of the fun air cooler systems and fire pumps, and it's a lot to learn. I am now currently learning, I think, 6 different trades. I'm an apprentice electrician, I'm an apprentice plumber, I'm an apprentice boiler tech, I'm an apprentice HVAC. 11. I've done some cooling stuff, but I've not got my certification on that.
Sneaky bits.
It's not even cleaning. It's like we do like the only cleaning we do is the graffiti. It's just maintenance stuff. So if you are suddenly like, this sink isn't draining, or that toilet's not flushing, or we've got lights out, or it's too hot, or it's too cold, we deal with all that stuff. We also deal with all the weird back-end stuff that you never think about. Like, big buildings have boilers and stuff, and so we have to like make sure the boilers keep running.
Mr. Cha!
So yeah, maintenance. The other day I got to crawl through a hole in a building into a space that I'm pretty sure no one's been in for like 70 years.
That's fucking cool.
It was really bizarre.
Sorry, I got into that weird part of videos about people that find hidden rooms in houses they bought.
Do I have any stories from that job yet? Yes, actually, but one of them I can't tell and have recorded. Because there's an ongoing police investigation.
That's haunting.
Yeah, there was a robbery. That's basically as far as into it I can get. Wasn't our fault, but there was a robbery in one of my buildings. Well, I'll tell you about that offline. It's some Ocean 11's bullshit.
Oh, I'm fucking down. Also, Favor 6, thank you kindly for the 200 bits, friend.
But yeah, I just get to go all the places that you've never realized exist in a building. Like, there's things in skyscrapers called wet walls, which is basically how we can access... It's a space between walls that we can get to, so we can access the pipes for buildings. And in one of my buildings, which is a very, very tall building, you go into this, you crawl through a wall hole into this wet wall, and then you can just see through the grates from the top floor to the bottom floor all the way down. Oh. And there are just windows that are just exposed to the outside that you could fall out of. It's terrifying.
Fuck
no. And you're in there like wailing on pipes and shit.
How about no? Whoa.
It's really weird, but I fucking love it.
I mean, that sounds fucking cool. Just, oh.
Yeah. My home building is one of the older buildings in Seattle, so it's got some quirks.
Some strange and bad times.
Yeah, the previous people that did maintenance on it did not maintain it well.
Those bastards.
And so my company is going through trying to make the building function the way it's supposed to.
Okay. I mean,
I'm trying to convince my boss to let us turn the old boiler, because this is like a 100-year-old building. The old boiler is still in place, but is inactive. It's really cool. It's this giant, like, cast iron boiler. And I'm like, can we turn this into a speakeasy? Because this would be an awesome backdrop to a bar.
that'd be fucking cool. Sorry, I've just been saying that to most of your responses, but it would be awesome.
It would be really cool.
I'm a sucker for like themed bars like that, you know.
Yeah. I also found out that it's apparently really common, because there's some weird tax break thing. A bunch of the skyscrapers, as long as they're between a certain height. Also, technically, anything over 7 stories is a skyscraper in Seattle.
Okay.
If they're between a certain height of building, they have bees, like bee boxes on top. You get a tax breaks for having little bee colonies up there.
That's the cutest shit.
Yeah, so you just walk up, and like one of our jobs is we have to replace the bees' water.
That's fucking cute.
Yeah. They're like a super docile, like non-aggressive breed. So you just like go up there and you pop a little jar of water off and refill it and put it back. And they're just like, hey, thank you for the water. But like when it's really hot up there, you can go up and watch as they sit in the entrance and fan into the hive to cool it down.
That's fucking cool. I mean, I will admit, I'm one of those people that when I've worked in big buildings and stuff like that, I'll go on a little adventure and like explore them. Because
yeah.
I forget what film I was watching. I think it was Being John Malkovich, and the whole thing of like it's like the 13th and a half floor. And I was like, shit. Oh, Roasted Toaster is heading out. Have a lovely rest of your weekend, all right? And Roasted Toaster, the VOD of this will be over on YouTube. So if you want to catch up on the rest of today's adventures, you can do that on the internet.
Or any of the previous adventures, or the first campaign.
Feck yeah. Good old
Season 1.
Good old thick.
Yeah, fun fact for you, every building has a secret bathroom.
Oh yeah.
That 3 people know about. It's the building engineer, the janitorial staff, and then like one dude that's found it because he got drunk and wandered into it.
One of my special skills throughout my career has been able to find the secret bathrooms at varying convention events and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I found the secret bathrooms at the Excel Centre in London, and it changed my life. Oh, okie dokie Lokis. All right, are we back? Are we good?
Yep.
All right.
I'm good to go.
Let us continue.
You stand in front of the door to Artem Knuckles' private office. It's this gorgeous, like, giant red oak door with, like, intricate carvings and metalwork inlaid into it. It is currently closed.
I politely knock on the door and say, Artem! It's Evelyn! Herald of the Queen of Embers! Hello!
Can you roll a perception check for me?
The door has eyeballs. Alright, perception 5. Sure as a door. Sure as a door.
That's a door. No, but so like you sit there, like you knock on the door, and you hear like some noise coming from behind the door with a 5. Like you just hear that you can tell someone's in the room.
Yeah.
You wait for a minute. The noise gets a little louder, but no one opens the door. The door explodes.
The door bites your hand. Another slightly firmer, polite knock.
The door looks adorable.
Thank you, Favor 6. Certainly is adorable. Bam, 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 bam. Artem! Artem, it's Emberlyn! Emberlyn Burns! We've met!
Yeah, the noise from the other side stops for a moment, and then you hear.
I can't hear you through the door. You're gonna have to
After a moment, you hear some footsteps approaching the door. As I double check a thing. Where is it?
While you're checking that, Sage, the secret to getting into E3 used to be wear a gaming t-shirt, look like you're having the worst day of your life, and carry a cardboard box, and security would just let you through.
One of the things that this job has taught me is ladder theory or clipboard theory, where just if you show up anywhere with a clipboard or a ladder, they'll just let you in and let you walk around. Oh my god, I have just walked past so many security checkpoints, just like... I was new. It's not like security recognized me, but I just walked past them like, hey. There. The door opens, and standing before you is a gnome. Or sorry, a dwarf. A dwarf you recognize. It's Gale.
What?
The golem wizard from the maze.
Huh. Gale! How in the bloody hell are you?
I'm going to apologize to all the Scottish folk in the other. I'm doing all right now. I'm not that fucking maze. What the fuck are you doing here?
We came to see Artem. We were just checking in on him.
Yeah, you said Emperor. I'm like, oh, I know that bloke. Why is he here? And then Artem's like, I know that bloke too. What's he doing here?
Hey!
How do you know? And it's like, get in here. Who's your friend? And why is it a dog?
This is Lauren? Sir Lauren? Sir Lorax? Sir Poppy?
Roxius.
This is Sir Roxius. As I am Herald of the Queen of Embers, Sir Roxius is also a herald of... Oh, okay, I do know this, I'm just drawing a blank.
Karmata.
Thank you. A herald of Thamata. And is helping me out on... Well, you've seen the state of things. Turns out we were in that maze for a lot longer than I thought.
Yeah, so I see. Alright, well, it's weird to hear a dog, but I've seen weirder shit. That maze is fucked. Anyway, come on in.
So, I hold the door for Sir Corgi.
Yeah, so there. You walk in, close the door behind me, and you see, actually, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Yeah. Oh, and Dorcas, that's a very good point. I'll attempt to do a spot of the old insight to make sure it's not Dalfa again.
Okay, so do a perception, then a insight.
Perception... 5 again. Why is Emblem so dense?
And then go ahead and do an insight for me.
Okay. Are we more insightful than we are observational? No! We're a fucking dingleberry today! I rolled a 5 and then a 6.
So the only thing that you notice is, Artem is, like, hands down on the table looking over, like, a bunch of papers. There are 2 wine glasses on the table and, like, 6 empty bottles, like, turned over on the ground.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Okay.
And he's like, Evelyn, welcome back. It's been a while.
God, you have no idea. You have no idea, friend. How are you?
I am doing quite well, though, in the middle of solving this fucking puzzle.
Well, I mean, maybe we can shed some light on. We heard that you weren't producing ships anymore, and I was worried something had happened to you, so I just wanted to check in.
No, because we're working on new things. And like when he says we, he gestures to Gale.
And the bloody luck of it! I don't know if Gale mentioned, but we met in Dalfa's bloody maze.
Oh, so he told me. Your name came up, but Gail and I used to be rivals. We've now both old enough. We decided to bury the hatchet and try and resolve our differences. And he presents me with a bit of a riddle here.
Ooh, I do like a riddle. Well, actually, I like drinking and setting things on fire, but maybe I can help.
I really doubt it. It's arcane and schematic-y.
Okay.
And you look down, and yeah, it's just a bunch of like arcane symbols and like drawings and blueprints.
Can I roll Arcana on this, just on the off chance that somehow this is like Emberlin's idiot savant moment?
Sure.
Come on, Arcana. No! I critically fail!
You go to look at the drawing, like, oh, let me take a look, and you step on one of the overturned bottles, and you just like it. Your foot goes out from under you, and you like face plant onto the ground. Like, oh, you all right, my boy? You should watch your step there. Should really clean those up.
Emberlin lies face down on the floor for longer than probably should, trying to gain some air of dignity and failing. I'm just gonna lie here for a bit. I need a moment. After an uncomfortably long silence, Emberlin sheepishly stands up. The fucking luck of it. Bloody hell. So, lovely to see you. So, what is all this supposed to be? Also, as a side note, do your guards have health insurance?
Oh, well, we're trying to... Wait, why do you ask?
No reason. Do you what you're saying?
Roll a deception check.
8.
Let's see, what's... He just kind of squints at you and goes... And like looks at Reluxus, and Reluxus kind of goes,
No one is dead unless you count the door.
Which door?
The front door.
Oh, I like that door. What did you do to it?
They wouldn't let me in, and I wanted to see you were okay.
So he looks over again and goes, remind to hire better guards.
In their defense, they were... You said no visitors, and they were only doing their job. I just... Emberlin lets out an exasperated sigh. Everything happens so much. After getting trapped in the maze with Dalfer and all of the shenanigans that are happening with you-know-who, as Emberlin, like, finger gestures to the sky. With that lot. I mean, as you've seen, it's just turned into a war zone out there. And sadly, it seems that I was the trigger piece for most of it. Aside from the Queen of Embers, there are very few deities I've spoken to genuinely. I think played like a bloody hand puppet. So, I apologise for smashing the door. I don't have time for Faffermancy.
Yeah. You know what, it's fine. I was meaning to replace it with a metal door anyway. Can't really trust wood to hold up.
Emberlin sheepishly grins.
Um,
So, what are we looking at?
You know what, it's probably easier if we just go show you. And he hops down off his little stool he was standing on and goes, follow me. And as they're going, they start like bickering back and forth about like, no, I think if we... And just saying arcane engineering stuff that you just kind of start glossing over. And they're basically just arguing back and forth, but it's that constructive arguing. It's not like being mad at each other. It's them actually trying to work a thing out and bounce ideas off each other.
Emberlin keeps looking at the other three to work out who's taller between the Corgi Knight, the Dwarf, and the Gnome. Just keeps looking back and forth between them. Yep. I am a giant in a land of little people.
Eventually, you make your way down to what you know is like the production floor, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And as he approaches, some guards open the doors, and you're immediately like bombarded with just cacophonous sounds of construction and makery. You see a bunch of like wizards casting, like you know in the Last Airbender when they're like welding things as firebenders, where they just use the tiny hot flame.
Yeah.
You see a bunch of like wizards doing that to like weld metal together.
Cool.
Bunch of people casting arcane spells on like huge areas, and you're just faced with these like giant, not like huge, but pretty large metal animals.
Ooh. So, I see we're building a zoo.
Like, yes, well, we're trying to perfect Gale's magical control, and based on what he was able to accomplish, when what I know of blood magic, we're trying to make it so that we can bond these two specific users and they can control them and bind them to their will. Almost there, but we figured we'd start constructing the mechanical side and get them moving properly before we get the control part down.
I'm sorry. And Emberlyn kind of steps back, kind of like reading between your knees. Are you telling me that you're making giant mechanical beasts that someone could control?
Beasts of various size, but yes. This one over here is one of my favorites, and he walks over, and you see somebody finishing up on this incredibly intricate, absurdly well-built, like steel and silver drake.
Emberlyn struggles to hold back tears.
It's like, I don't know, 3-4 feet tall and like, 6-7 feet long.
It's so beautiful.
Yes, well, we're hoping to get it working on he kind of gestures at the crystal in your chest, something similar to that, where you can just put on a harness and have control. We'll take a little bit of training, but people will get there. We're hoping to avoid doing the thing that someone foolishly did, where you have to embed the crystal in your flesh. And Gale's like, it worked, didn't it? Did it, though?
Did it? Emberlyn looks like a kid who's just found out that Christmas is real. There is a sparkling light behind the eyes that none thought possible. There's a shaky, happy hand slowly raised and goes, "Don't suppose you need anyone to test one, do you?"
I'm not quite to the testing phase yet, but keep you in mind. But we're hoping that we can send these in to fire to the turtles instead of people, because we can rebuild these, but very few people can get through those turtles' shells. So they're a little difficult to kill.
Yes. When it comes to ground combat, those things are damn near unstoppable. I've been lucky enough to keep company with an ex-paladin, and I'm glad he's my friend because I've seen him fight and it scares me.
Yes, we have since ended our contract with the Emerald Shield since they got kind of racist. But unfortunately, we can't exactly take back the gear that we had already sold to them.
True. Although, I don't know if you've heard, but there's a lot of bad things happening to their ships in the sky. So, certainly enjoying that. And once they're all gone, there will be a booming need for new ships. Silver lining? Silver lining.
Gale goes, what a profiteering. But, tomato.
Fair. And, thank you, Wraith. And I would say they got a bit crusady. They were always very racist. Emberlyn gestures to their bright red self. They don't like me, just in principle.
Gale looks and goes, do most people?
Emberlyn thinks very hard and chooses to say nothing. I'm still sorry about the door.
Yes. So, Arden goes, so yes, this is what we're working on currently.
I want one. Sorry, that just slipped out. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't want to. But if you need someone.
Sure. Well, as soon as we have a working prototype for the crystals, we'll, I don't know, let you know, I suppose.
Is there anything I can do to help at this stage, or is it just gestures in the air like someone who doesn't speak the language? Whatever it is that you do with cogs and crystals and things.
I mean, unless it... the Queen of Embers has any insight she can give us to make arcane magic work the way that we wanted to. She was always a little better at it than I was.
Emberlyn gets a little quiet for a second and is like...
Yeah, you see him get, like, visibly, like... I mean, the thing you get when you mention someone that you've lost.
Yeah. Well, she still speaks of you very fondly, and I could try and ask. I don't know, is the perfect honest answer. The war turtles are a symptom of what's going on rather than the cause. And I don't mean that to sound as callous as it might, but Delph has been playing everybody. This whole war, this carnage, is all just one step in an inordinate amount of machinations. So I don't know. I think the things I've been tasked with are to stop the cause at its root, rather than to, if you'll forgive it, treat the symptoms. But I'm very excitable about these giant mechanical beasts, and I would very much like one, so I haven't asked my god for much. Maybe she'll see how much I want one. And Emberlyn starts getting overexcited again.
You see the person that's like working on this Drake, like they're like one of the back plates is off, and they've got their hands down inside, and they're like manually moving mechanisms, and you see it like moving its head and like lifting paws and kind of shifting, like they're making sure all the things clear and like work smoothly.
It's so cool. It's so cool.
And Gale goes, should we show him the dragon? And Artem just looks at you and goes, he might explode if we do.
I'll take that risk!
Alright.
At this point, Emberlyn is skipping. Skipping! Dragon?
Probably literally circles around them because they're short, and so they're like walking slower than you would normally. As well, you know, the world is currently mostly water, and so we needed to try and create flying things. And, I don't know, dragon seemed fitting. And you get to the far end of the production area, and you go through another set of, like, giant double doors, and you're just met with this huge bay, where you see just the framework, but there is, like, the bone structure of a giant dragon that has, like, the giant crystals in its core and, like, on its wings to help it fly. And you see people, like, shaving down those blue and green crystals to, like, make them into scales. And, like, some people are, like, fitting them into place or, like, you know, soldering metal around them so that they can attach other things.
Best day ever! Emberlyn is just sprinting back and forth on the walkways. Just look at other pieces, and look at other pieces, and look at other pieces. This is the best! Look at some more pieces, and look at some more pieces. There's no pretense of chill or anything about Emberlyn now. It's just like kid in candy store keen.
Yeah. And you at some point, it takes you out, but you look over at Roxius, and he just has this like kind of disdain look on his face. As much as a Corey can give a look of disdain.
Which is understandable because they're basically building mechanical versions of his deity. It's so excitable. You know what? I'm not gonna pry. I'm just gonna. It's okay to not like giant dragon mech. I, however, think it's awesome. Emberlyn is at this point just imagining just riding into battle with a ridiculously oversized cape. And like atop the dragon, like Animu style. Oh yes, Dorcas, of course, servant of the god of nature, and this is, mechanical machines of destruction.
Anyway,
this is so fucking cool.
Goes, well, we need to get back to trying to overcome some of the blockers here. We've, I feel like we're so close, but we're just a little, it's right there.
I wish I could be of some help. This is so cool. This is so cool.
Well, anyway, wine's not going to drink itself, and they start heading back to their office.
I mean, Lost Flowers, you're right. We could ask the Queen of Embers for help. I don't think we should on this one. I mean, on the one hand, I think it would. I think in the long run it would upset Artem more than it would make him feel happy. And on the other, like, we can't be running to the Queen of Embers for everything. These are two very smart mechanical mages. They'll work it out. I have faith in them. And I have this feeling that we're going to need a lot of help from the Queen of Embers, and yeah, we gotta show that we've got some competency, right? For a hint, a small nudge. Okay, well, what do the rest of you think? Okay, Camille, that's a very good point. Those two would owe us a favor if we. Okay. Sorry, we're kind of having this internal dialogue as we're trotting along, following them back. So as we're strolling back towards their office, I'm like, so, in as much as you could describe in layman's terms, what's the sticking problem? Is it the crystal? Points to the chest harness. Is it the gestures to the big everything? You said it was something to do with the arcane side.
A bit. The long and short of it is that, and he points to the crystal in your chest, can interpret very simple commands. Release cable, send cable, draw cable. The great wizard Edward Boolean, I believe, was the one that founded those yes-no things. Ah, programming joke.
I wasn't going to say it.
But to move something like that, and this is what Gale was trying to do, takes much more connection to the crystals, which is why he kind of foolishly tried to embed it in himself. And you see Gale, like, kind of rub his chest where, like, the wound is still. But the nature of these crystals, they both give off power, and they can often feed off power. So getting it to not connecting it to the physical, so you get the intricate control without having it take over, is... How do you give something life without it taking yours?
An interesting question. Emberlyn gets a little ponder sober for a second, because sure does sound like what happened to Emberlyn. Once dead, given life. Or at least that's my running theory. Well, okay. To your lovely selves, what do you think? I mean, we could go find... we could request the quiet room. We could try, talk to the Queen of Embers, see if she'll give us a hint or something that will help in this situation. Something to allow for the more nuanced control without it, well, consuming the person. Or do we let these two figure it out? Because again, friends, by my understanding, once we're done with this, we didn't have a lead on any more of the old gods, did we? So it was basically like Tainlu or research.
You also have, like, your axe now has the ability to like point you in the nearest direction of a sleeping god.
Oh yes, thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot about that. It just, being Emberlyn Burns and having so many cool tools.
So many magic items.
Yeah.
Most of which you don't put on your character sheet.
I'm very guilty about that. I'm glad. This is why I'm glad we have dodges.
And the community knows.
Yes. Look, I'm the bloke from Ratatouille when it comes to this, alright? I understand that. It's just many, many tiny hands on many hairs. Because Wraith is saying we could ask. The worst that she says is no. That's a good point. I've got this sinking feeling in my gut, friends. I don't know why. I don't know why. Something tells me it's a bad idea if we ask her on this one, and I don't. You know that thing where you can't. I can't put into words why, but it feels like it whispers with me on this one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh yes, Dortrude was saying that there's likely one of the old gods near the entrance to the Underdark. Something we can work with. But if we solve this, we get a giant mechanical dragon, which is fucking awesome.
And to be clear, the dragon is nowhere near finished completion.
Oh yeah,
but
it's a ways away, but
you'd probably get some of the smaller stuff relatively quickly, but not right away.
And combining that with all the work that Hex is doing to fight against the Tools, it'd certainly be a boon. Alright. Okay, so Camille is saying if we ask her to lead them in a direction, not necessarily the right direction, you aren't making a choice for her. That's a good point. And we're asking on their behalf, because they did hint at it. Okay. So, I like to think this internal monologue is happening while we're trundling back to the main office. And Emberlyn, I guess being weirdly quiet, comparable to the amount of excited, giddy, childlike joy that we had just seconds ago. Gentlemen, I have an odd request. I need a quiet room with a fireplace.
I mean, you're an odd person, so odd requests seem befitting.
Guilty as charged.
I think we can muster that up. Do you need the fire going, or just a fireplace?
Just a fireplace. I'll handle the fire.
Yeah.
So Corgi, please stay with these two individuals. I need to go speak to someone.
You just kind of... just...
Okay. Lead the way.
Yeah. At this point, you're back into Gale's office. He, summons a servant. He's like, please take Mr. Burns to one of the spare studies with a fireplace. This person leads you down a hallway, around a corner, and lets you into a very small, quaint study with a little fireplace. There's a little bookshelf on the wall, and a side table.
Thank you. That will be all. There's a little chair or something, right?
Yeah, there's an armchair.
All right. I'm gonna jam the armchair under the door handle. I will be casting. Yeah, Dorcas, I'm with you there. That's the first time anyone's called us Mr. Burns, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I won't correct them, but I'll certainly be uncomfortable about that for quite some time. Okay. So, stacking up a few logs in the fire, I cast Create Bonfire.
Can you do that as a...
I can do it as a cantrip.
Oh, it's a cantrip. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a first level spell. Alright.
I mean, that's what you gave me, so I'm going to use it. But yes, so casting Create Bonfire and Mega Boss. We don't talk about Smithers. We don't talk about Smithers. So I'm doing the usual kind of ritual. So I'm hooking the axe, laying down the ever-warm coal, gazing into the fire, and grasping at our amulet. Oh, Queen of Embers. It's me again. I wish for an audience. I have things to report and requests to make.
I think this is a good point to take a quick break just to build tension.
Fuck!
And because I need to use the bathroom.
I should have known.
Yeah. So, I would recommend maybe discuss amongst yourselves what all you want to ask of, talk to the Queen of Embers about while I go take a quick bio break.
Okay. So, friendos. So we have the axe. The axe will point us towards the next sleeping old god that we can wake. So that's essentially, so far as I see it, that's what we'll be doing, once we've done this. Once we've talked with the Queen of Embers, we'll go, we'll probably let Amber and Chaosu sleep off however hard they've been partying, and then head off towards our next goal. What I'm thinking is, we tell the Queen of Embers about the progress so far, and I'm sure they know about Hex, but, I want to gush about it anyway. Current situation, and the fact that Sir Corgi is also a herald of another one of the old gods, so that the old gods are not just awake, but active. And Vanderbeest, thank you for the pint glass. And then, and Crux, thank you for the pint glass as well. and then we ask about helping Artem with their project to create the mechanical dragons, the mechanical beasts. They're struggling with the arcane, and in their own stubborn way, they asked for the Queen of Ember's help. You know, she's always so much better than me. Like, oh, actually, yeah, and Dorcas, we could ask about the Dragonborn who are looking for us. You know what, Lost Flowers? You're right. They do know. I guess we'll just tell her that we found them.
Alright, sorry. I did the thing where I grabbed a beer by default because it was at the front, and then remembered, oh, I've got better beer in the back.
We've all been there. So yeah, I think we have a clear in mind what we're going to do. It's my turn for a pee break.
Yep.
But friendos, if you have any other ideas of what we should either ask or talk to the Queen about, now's the time, and I'll be back in just a second.
Have we tried calling Sir Corgi Sir Fluffy Butt?
I mean, Vanderbeest, his name before he became awakened was Mr. Truffles. And at some point, Will called him Truffles. He was like, no, Mr. Truffles. It always has to be Mr. Truffles. Also, we haven't had a train yet today. I feel like that's a shame. So, stealth train? What about Sir Mr. Truffles? Oh, you don't know if he's been knighted?
Gay bits.
I mostly just wanted to fuck up the cup. This is a very calming song. Whose emote is that? Good grief. Ah, son of a bitch. Somebody in my apartment complex is cooking something that smells amazing. I wasn't hungry. I was trying to think if there was any other cursed images I could show y'all while Willow's away. Since we've already shown the great clean one. Yeah. Anybody have any questions about the world?
Wee ee.
He. I love the way that it does the voice occasionally. I'm also kind of amazed that no one's tried to make Bill dab yet today.
You lot being terrors.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Baron!
What?
Beast!
What?
Terrors, like I said. Well, thank you. Okay. I take it you saw, actually no, Vanderbeest caused chaos first, so I guess it's Vanderbeest started it. Vanderbeest, we haven't called the Corgis a fluffy butt yet, but I will, that's going up here. And Baron, you threw in 1,000, like it's no big deal.
You did try to call him Truffles once, and he insisted that it's Mr. Truffles, which is his name before he was awakened.
Mr. Truffles. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Crux, thank you for throwing in 200. There is a slow drip feed of ghost nonsense.
Slow ghost.
Slow ghost. And I have cheese.
You have cheese. I was just saying, somebody's making something that smells really good in my apartment complex, and it's driving me insane.
I don't know if this counts as making it. I found it in the fridge, and now it's mine.
Fair.
And apparently the ghosts have taken exception to that. Thank you for the 500. Sorry I implied you ghosts were small. Quincy, coming in. We're just about to get started.
Technically his full name... No, like I said, I didn't give him the last name.
We're just discussing the Corgi Knight who has joined us on our quest.
Corgi Knight.
Corgi Knight.
I feel like I should go dig up the menu. It's in a box in the hallway. Oh, it's in a box on the bookshelf that's in the hallway.
Well, I will leave it up to these lovely Mother Hubbards. If you want to see the Corgi Knight miniature, we can do that. Although I think we've got a pretty good understanding of, if we do talk to the Queen of Embers, what we're going to say. Well, Quincy definitely wants to see the Corgi Knight. When a miniature is so good it inspires a character. You know what? Okay, Dorcas, I should have... You know what? I said a dumb thing out loud. That's fair. Baron, would you be so kind as to show these lovely Mother Hubbards the Corgi Knight?
Alright, let me go find him.
Like, I don't know why I asked you all if you wanted to see the Corgi Knight figure. That was a very dumb question of mine. And...
I don't understand why we're not going to see the Corgi Knight right now.
I assume you mean Corgi Knight, but yes. Like, Crux, I said a dumb thing, and I'm admitting that. That's on me. So yeah, so we're going to ask Queen of Embers to help Artem. We're going to report in about the Corgi Knight and what's going on, and ask about the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn. Yeah, it is Dragonborn, isn't it? It's following us. Alright.
Okay.
I'll bring up the...
I might have to...
I'll bring up the studio.
I might have to turn color on so you can get the full effect, but
So,
By the power of Grayskull!
little Corgi Knight.
Look at his little face!
okay, fine, I'll be... I'm gonna break the illusion for a moment.
Cast spell of...
You can.
Look at his little face!
Oh wow, the chroma key is just like not having it.
Yeah.
I'll post a a photo to the Dice and Yelmer Dice channel or something.
Thank you, that would be lovely. But we did get to see Corgi Night, so friends, no matter how badly I fuck up today's adventure, we got to see a Corgi Night. Well, actually, so weirdly, oh no, Dawn just did get it right. So it's not that we turned off the grayscale. The color is something that has to be applied to Baron. It's like a post filter. Not a lot of people know that. It's a science fact, a whole science fact.
Get a good angle up. Something not terrible in the background. See if I can get you guys both a Corgi picture and a Whisper picture.
2 for 2?
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
Oh, sorry, bringing it back to the studio. Dorches was asking if the red X at the bottom is the map Delta. I believe that's the entrance to the Underdark, if I remember correctly. Corgi Night. Corgi Night. Corgi Night.
Corgi Night. It is in the Dice and Yelmer Dice channel.
Oh, look at the little face!
Yes, the red X on the bottom left is Deladar.
Whisper is judging.
He's like, I am not getting pets.
Why is the small thing getting attention and not me?
But yes, the color added to me is a post-processing effect that we have to add, so it's
and
unfortunately
it can be pretty GPU intensive, so we don't tend to
yeah, we try to leave it on for just very little time because it'll start to melt.
Yeah, and
even like i7s.
It just gets really, really awkward after that point. You just got a melty computer, no one's having a good time.
He released the magic blue smoke.
Yeah. Which, as it turns out, you're not actually supposed to breathe in. Or cook hot dogs over.
Yeah, and then the AdMech get involved, and they can be dicks.
No one knows how cool we are. Alright. Friends, we ready to return to the adventure? We have a god to talk to. I always get nervous when we do these.
Alright.
Okay. We're back in. So, Emmeline has laid out all the varying things and is focusing on the fire, calling out to the Queen of Embers.
So are you are you kneeling or are you sitting?
We are full on sitting.
Okay.
Wraith, the Queen of Embers does absolutely not appear when you yell "Hi, Mum." That's not how this works.
Just sit in front of the fire and you go reverently, "Hi, Mom!
Mom! I found a corgi!
Can we keep it?"
This is why we make things worse. Okay.
So you sit there for a moment and you kind of let the crackling of the bonfire that you've created kind of wash over you, and you focus on the heat from the ever-warm coal and the kind of inherent warmth. Like, it's not hot, but the amulet around your neck is kind of always warm, and you're never sure if that's just like your body heat radiating into it and then you feel it or what. But you focus on these two things, and after a moment, the crackling of the fire dies down. And you just hear that kind of cavernous nothingness of being in a giant empty room. And you open your eyes, and you are in the throne room that you first woke up in.
So after standing, we obviously kneel. Queen of Embers, thank you for taking my counsel. And I look around to kind of see, wait, where are they? Are they here?
Yeah, you look around and all of the thrones are currently empty.
queen? Okay, Emberlyn stands up and is now very confused. Excuse me? Hello?
Yeah, so currently the room is empty. You've got your coal in one hand, the amulet in the other, your axe is on the floor, and you just hear whispered in your ear, "You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?"
Ah!
And suddenly you feel wrapping around your arm or your hands and your feet, chains just shoot up out of the ground and like drag you down into a kneeling position.
What the fuck?
And then slowly circling into your field of vision, you see Delpha with her arms clasped behind her back. "I tried to let you live, put you somewhere safe, and somehow you got out of my maze."
I mean, Delpha! If you release these restraints, I'd be more than happy to show you how I got out.
"Child, I'm the goddess of trickery. You really think you can bluff your way past me?"
I mean, I thought you'd be, Okay, I'm gonna be a right dickhead now. I'm sorry, friends, but this is the flaming vengeance. I mean, goddess of trickery, certainly, but definitely not the goddess of building a half-decent maze.
Says the one who abandoned his parents. And she's just like circling you, so at this point she's back out of your field of vision.
Delpha, if you are going to try and rattle me, you're going to have to do better than that.
She, at this point, is behind you, and you kind of feel her lean in next to you and whispers in your ear, "You should ask Autumn what the Dragonborn told him to relay to you."
Okay.
Or at least you should have, and she begins circling in. "But unfortunately, I don't believe you will be leaving here." "Wait, with joke's on you, my parents abandoned me! Ha!" "Oh, wait.
Oh.
Oh, I made myself sad." How close is the axe? I mean, it's sitting in front of you, but your hands and your feet are shackled and, like, it's drawn you down so you're, like, kneeling, and the chains just go straight into the ground.
Okay. Now, if the Blackout Club has taught me anything, that there is a time to be reverent and kneeling, and there is a time to be a little shit, and now is the time to be a little shit. So... Okay, I'm thinking. So let's have a look at the... Okay, let's all take a breath. This is Emberlyn's adrenaline firing. This is synapses doing their work. Dorcas is saying, can we roll perception to see where she actually is? Would that be okay?
You can try.
Because I don't think we have a lot of moves here, friends, so we've got to be smart. Alright, so, come on, decent perception. 18. Adrenaline.
18. I'm gonna do super secret GM rolls.
Because, friends, I don't know if we need to do an incantation or if we need to do anything special to cast our Smoky Step. We might be able to try and blink out of this.
As far as you can tell, she is where she appears to be.
Okay. I want to try something ballsy, friends. I want to try blink step, well, smoky step for us, and I want to try and bury that axe in her face.
Smoky step.
So smoky step is verbal, okay.
But also, the axe is not on your person. It's sitting on the floor in front of you.
Ah, piss balls.
Because you set it down on the floor when you were doing your ritual thing.
Yep. Smoky step gets us out. Here's the pisser, friends. We get one shot. Because we used darkness earlier when fucking around. So we've got one more level 2 spell. Hey, if I'm gonna use bullshit on a wooden door, that I'm gonna make sure the bullshit swings both ways. Okay, so Dorch is saying try and get her to get in range of the axe. Alright. We could just try heckling her, something like, I'm sorry, what insidious plan were you trying to drop on me there? I couldn't hear you from all the way over there. What do you reckon? God, alright, friends. Because then we have our one smoky step. We blink just ever so slightly in front of us, but that frees our hands, and then it's grab and swing. It's a gamble, but if she takes that axe to the chin, she's not gonna forget it. Leave her with a jaw like one of the Deadites from Evil Dead.
Whisper has opinions.
Whisper has opinions.
About everything.
Alright, I'm trying it. I'm so sorry, Delpha. I couldn't. Oh, another conserge. Wraith, I'm not taking that gambit. Sorry, Delpha. What plans or machinations were you chortling about from over there? I couldn't quite hear you.
Roll a deception with disadvantage.
Oh, piss the bed. Here we go.
It's the goddess of trickery.
Ooh, 13 on disadvantage. It's not.
Yeah, no.
We rolled a nat 20 on our fucking advantage. This would have.
Yeah. She goes, that's cute little wormling. Yeah, I went through all the trouble of keeping you alive. All the trouble of putting you somewhere safe. I was doing you a service. I could have sent you straight to the lower lords and had you tortured instead. But now I put you somewhere fun. Somewhere that would entertain you, keep you occupied, and you had to get out.
You know what, Delpha? In respect, it was fun. I will say that. And I made some new friends, which I wasn't expecting. Right, we've got one more move, friends. We've been saving this since the very beginning. Since this campaign started, 15 episodes. We have one move that no one is expecting. We have one move. So, yup, Dorchus, we're doing it. So Delpha, you're right, it was a fun maze. It was thoroughly entertaining. The cookie was devious, and, as I said, we made plans. Smoky Step! We immediately cast Smoky Step to right in front of Delpha, and we throw pocket sand in her face!
Alright, so you Smoky Step, pocket sand! And it just goes through the image that was projected to you. And then, again, chains wrap up from the ground, grab your hands and feet, and drag you back down into a kneeling position.
Well, I'm out of ideas. That was our Smoky Step shot!
And she leans in behind you and whispers in your ear, I will be honest, I'm impressed.
bit sand from our inventory. Okay. Delpha, we are many things, but we're not dull.
No, you're not. And she walks around in front of you again. And she kind of does this hand gesture, and actually the sand that you threw, you see form and gather and crystallize and form into this glass dagger that she takes. And she lifts your chin up. She goes, but afraid I'm going to have to take you off the board a little more permanently. She nicks her finger with the blade and traces a symbol on your forehead. And then raises your chin again and draws the dagger back. And I was trying to be kind, but you wouldn't. And her speech is cut short.
One of these days, Delpha, I'm turning one of your bones into a swanny whistle, and I will play it over your corpse.
She looks down at her chest, and within her chest you see a glowing.
That's my god! Boogie woogie woogie!
I even had it. Where is it? That's a track lined up. There it is. You look down and you suddenly notice that there is like blood dripping from Delpha's nose and mouth. And behind her you see these 4 wings spread.
Okay, if we weren't chained to the fucking floor, we would be going ballistic right now. Damn right, Whisper. Damn right. We look at the blood pouring from her face, and with the absolute shit-eating grin, we're like, looks like we'll be making that whistle a little sooner.
She like almost tries to drop to her knees, but like can't because she's being held up, and then gets slowly lowered, and you can see that the Queen of Embers is behind her and has just plunged her hand into her back and is grasping her heart.
My queen, please save me one of the arm bones. I have machinations.
I'm sure you do, child. Delpha, I am tired of your games. You broke my treaty so many times and I let it slide because you're young. But enough is enough. Delpha slowly turns her head and looks over her shoulder and she goes, if you kill me, it will mean war. The queen chuckles and says, child, we are already at war. The queen snaps her fingers and your chains turn to ash.
We go for the most slow, dramatic stand and just like brushing the ash off our hands, off our clothes, and with like the most like ridiculous first year theatre kid, we take off the hat with the grandest of bows. My queen, it is so lovely to see you. Delpha! Delpha! I'm so glad I could be here for this. I'm so glad.
Delpha looks up at you, and at this point she's got blood coming out her nose, her mouth, her eyes, like just streaming down, and you see the fire in her chest get more intense. And you notice that as this happens, the fire behind the queen's veiled eyes is also picking up.
Delpha, I'm so sorry. I wanted to do things with you that would be more fun, but I'm afraid we're going to have to take you off the board now. Such a shame.
She shakily says, if you do this, They will come for you. They will all come for you. I've already won. And the queen says, looks at you, like, raises her head and looks at you and goes, my child, little wormling that would you do the honors?
My queen, with the absolute pleasure. Will you allow me a little bit of flair, dear DM? I wish to hook the axe up with my foot so I can catch it.
Sure.
And then squaring it up. Friends, what was the name of the wizard? The really nervy wizard who got trapped in the... Oh, what was his name? Oh, God.
Lanny?
Lanny.
Because you kept calling him Lenny, but it's Lanny.
Yeah. So, hooking the axe up, like with a big old swing. Delpha. Lanny sends his regards. Hacham! Straight across the neck.
So you do this, and like as you hit, it's one of those like you hit and then it like slow-mos, and you have to like drag it through. And Delpha's eyes are just shooting daggers at you, but also smiling. As the axe goes through her throat, she mouths, "I've won." And you sever her head from her body. And you see both ends of the exposed wound just cauterize. The head falls to the ground with a sickening thump, and she's still smiling and looking at you.
I give him an obnoxious pet store wave, like, hello!
The queen releases the body and pulls her hand out. And as she does, all of the blood that's on her hand just like evaporates from the heat.
Yeah, did we just explode a planet? As the body topples, we shoot the axe because, you know, we're not we've done enough god killing for one afternoon, and we do take a reverent knee, my queen. Thank you.
Actually, roll a perception check for me.
3.
Wow,
I ain't
okay,
seeing shit. I'm still grinning about the Lanny line. I wanted to think of the most insignificant person that Delpha has inconvenienced. And that is the person who gets to claim the kill. Just the idea that Delpha's last moments be like, wait, who the fuck was Lanny? Which one was Lanny again? Shit. I know it probably didn't work, but let me have this.
The queen kind of unspreads her, there's a word for that, but unspreads her wings and kind of tucks them back away. And puts her hands, clasps them in front of herself. And she looks at you and says, and now the real game begins.
Oh, I mean, whatever they throw at us, my queen, at least from here on in we won't be playing, and I look over the corpse, bloody shadow games.
Child, I'm afraid we'll be playing many more shadow games. We have just waged war on the entire new Pantheon. The upper and the lower lords.
Well, Emberlyn starts stretching, like someone getting ready for a marathon. Well, my queen, I never expected it was going to be easy. And let's be honest, I've already put enough noses out of whack, so heck it, have at it. Lower lords, upper lords, middle lords, they can make new lords. We can do this.
Speaking of, hello, Orifel. And you suddenly feel a presence behind you. Wow, this is much more organy than I expected.
Emberlin's... Oh, hang on.
Dies smiling, says they have already won. Nah, this will be fine. Not going to have any repercussions in the future.
Nope.
Should be fleeting.
There will be no repercussions to this god murder, as Emberlin starts stretching. Emberlin doesn't look to Aurifel, but awkwardly stops mid-stretch, like, I've just been rumbled.
Actually, this might be... Yeah, this is better. You turn, and you realize that your back was to, like, the main throne.
Okay.
And you turn, and there sits Aurifel in all of her divinity.
I kind of over my shoulders, like, my queen, do I bow? I think this is the first time I'm meeting them for reals. I'm not sure of etiquette.
Aurifel slowly stands and steps down slowly off her dais and says, Idrith, you had such potential. You know this means war. It says, as I said before, we were already at war. You were just too ignorant to see it.
Friends, every fiber of my being is screaming, she started it! But I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, that's a little better. Sorry, trying to find a good soundtrack for this is hard. Aurifel says, you had such potential, and all you sought was power. Looking at your queen, not you.
Yeah, I get the feeling I'm being very ignored right now.
It goes, I once served you. I sought knowledge. Power was merely an outcome. I did everything that you told me to do, and I found more power than you ever thought existed. And she rips off the veil from her eyes, and you see her eyes are just smoldering, cracked coals. You cost me everything that I loved, and then I reclaimed it. And now I will burn your world down and start it anew. This is war, and I will wake the rest of my kin. Aurifel says, so be it. Then the truce is off, and I will be speaking with my servants again. Away with you. You feel the queen's searing hot hand on your shoulder, and suddenly you're back in her throne room with the molten lava floor in her dais and throne.
Camille, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to grab the sand dagger. Turning to the Queen of Embers. Well, at least they didn't keep us waiting.
No, it's one of the things about these new gods. She kind of smiles in a moment of, actually, I'm newer a god than they are. And then goes, they are impatient despite their eternality.
You'd think having all time would make people a little bit calmer. Huh. Oh. So, the things I wish to speak to you about seem paltry in comparison, my queen, and I sincerely hope I wasn't the cause of all of this, but I guess...
You were a catalyst, but one well planned out. You've done well setting up agents for me. She snaps her fingers, and suddenly you see a vision of Hex and Toothy just like flying around, wreaking havoc on like 5 different Emerald Shield ships.
Emberlyn wipes a single tear away and was like, "That's my boy. I'm so proud."
You see Toothy like jumping onto one of the ships with Bitey in like fist forms and just going to town, just like punching people and casting acid blasts and just tearing through them.
I always knew he had potential. So proud.
She snaps again, and you see Mina approaching one of the Emerald Shield ships on a very small skiff, alone at night. She kills the engines. And she's wearing a harness that is just full of knives. As she gets close under the cover of night, she blinks onto the deck. There's a bunch of the Emerald Shield there who are suddenly taken aback and like grab their weapons. They go, "Who the bloody fuck are you?" She goes, "I have many names. I'm Mina, Guild Master of the Golden Wake, General of the Resistance, Avatar into the Hunt. But in this moment," and she whips her hands out, and all of the knives fan out around her and hover midair in a halo of knives. As she grabs 2 of them, she goes, "You may call me Death," and she blinks forward and just John Wicks the entire deck.
Yes! Emberlyn is simultaneously impressed and a little bit frightened, gonna be honest. Emberlyn's kind of looking like, oh, no, buddy, you want to move out the... Oh God, that's not supposed to do that. Oh, God. Oh.
You then see Amber, like, kind of drunkenly stumbling down an alley, and you see some tall, lanky person, all in black, step out, draw a dagger, and try and go in for the kill, and she just dips out of the way, suddenly seeming completely sober. Either she was feigning drunkenness, or she was suddenly incredibly sober. Steps out of the way, grabs them by the throat, slams them against the wall, smiles, opens her mouth, and just screams at them, and you see her eyes kind of go white as the person's eyes start bleeding and then pop inside their head.
What? I didn't know she could do that. That would have been very handy.
Suddenly behind her, you see another assassin try and like sprint forward and go for a kill, and before they can hit her, a war pick whizzes through the air and slams into their head, and they just topple to the ground, and it just camera pans to Sharsu down the alley.
Emberlyn is literally applauding these visions. Literally applauding. Bravo! My queen. He had the violence, I taught him the flair.
Your vision is brought back to the queen. And she says, "Child, dear Amberlyn, it is now more important than ever that you wake the old gods. We're currently outnumbered. Wake as many as quickly as you can.
Yes.
And then the rest will wake." She turns and like takes a step, and your vision is suddenly shifted to this huge forest, the likes of which you've never seen because you've never known the world not flooded. Just before the flood, there were massive forests much like these. And often they would grow stagnant, and she kind of runs her hand down one of the trunks. And suddenly you get this like accelerated vision of forest fire washing through this forest. But it is part of nature. Sometimes things must be burned down before they can regrow, before they can progress. And then again, like a time lapse of all the new seeds starting to grow up and form new trees and new growth. You see animals start retaking the land.
Emberlyn is just kind of stunned silence. The idea of that many trees in one place was a lot when we went to fucking Big Tree. When we went to the Greenspire. But this is more than they can comprehend.
And even just this much land mass in a single space is more than you've ever seen. Just this was once so much more. And hopefully soon it will return to this. And you notice behind her a very familiar tower. A very, very familiar spire. You realize off in the distance is the main monolith of Tinelu, just without the shield.
Wait, how old is Tinelu? Sorry, forgive me for interrupting, my queen. Apologies.
Or sorry, not Tinelu, Tajema. Not Tinelu.
Sorry. Yeah.
Tajema, sorry. Wrong name. Tajema.
We haven't been to Tinelu yet.
She says, "But I believe you had a question for me." And as the force kind of fades around you and you're back in her throne room, and like as it fades, she just starts sitting down and the chair just kind of appears underneath her.
Well, my queen, it's amazing how fast things change. The things I wish to report to you, you're very well aware of, and I had a question about, the Dragonborn that Delpha was hinting at, which seems very inconsequential now.
They are... I will allow that to happen as it needs to.
Yes, my queen. So, if you'll forgive me for putting forward a very mundane question after all that we've seen and done, and gonna be riding high on getting to behead Delpha for the rest of my existence, just so long as you're aware of that. I had a request from Ardum, in as much as that lovely gentleman can ask for help, if you can believe it. Oh, wait. Lost Flowers, record scratch, what do you say?
I need a record scratch sound. I have
Right.
other ones.
Record scratch. That's me beheading Delpha. Probably wondering how I got there. The alternative start to Null.
Yep, that's me killing a god. You might be wondering how I found myself in this situation.
Ah!
Let's back up a little bit.
That's the dramatic retelling.
We're gonna start every session going forward with just record scratch. Yeah, that's me doing thing from last session. You might be wondering how I got here. Let me tell you.
Oh, okay. Lost Flowers was just going to make sure that I was asking about the stuff.
Oh, okay.
So my queen, I rescued a gentleman from Delpha's maze, who was a competitor, now friend of Ardum, and they're working together on the most incredible contraptions.
As you say this, she's like smirking.
They are building machines the size of dragons. And I say this with the utmost respect, Ardum strikes me as a very, how to put it politely, as a very stubborn man. And he is currently very stuck on some very complex matters of the arcane. The manner by which he might control these mechanical machines. And in as much as I've ever heard that person ask for help, He mentioned you by name.
She stands and steps down off her dais and walks towards you. So, I knew Gale before this.
Did you?
At about the same time that I knew Autumn.
I met him in Delpha's maze. He had embedded a crystal in his chest that was killing him, and was stuck in a room that was being held up by a mechanical golem that he crafted.
He was always a little bit more ambitious than his skill would allow.
The two of them are working together now, and they seem very happy. As I said, Artem does not strike me as the type who would ever ask knowingly for help.
She reaches her hand up towards you and just says, "Your tome?"
My queen. I pass it to her without hesitation.
She grabs it from you, doesn't even open it, just turns it, reaches into the spine where you tucked the nail from Death's door, and then hands both back to you.
My queen?
But she just kind of smiles at you.
I take them both back with reverence. Well, my queen, I guess all that's left to say is thank you, and I have a lot of work to be getting on with. But before I go, one of the other old gods also has a herald. I've been working with them. The Corgi Knight, you might have seen them.
I'm aware.
That's okay, right? Like, no offense, but after Delpha, I am double guessing all comrades of the gods, if you know what I mean.
I did tell you to wait for him.
Okay, sorry. I've become a little bit paranoid after the maze. My apologies, my queen. I don't mean to doubt you.
Understandable. One final gift, and she reaches into her robes and slowly produces the glass dagger that Delpha had tried to use on you.
The dagger of pocket sand! My queen.
She hands it to you, hilt first, and says, "Consider this a trophy of war."
My queen, thank you. I'm trying to think if I have anything to wrap around the... No, never mind. Sorry. No, I take it with absolute reverence. That's so cool. I mean, my queen. Thank you.
Now then, believe you should get back. Death waits for few.
And I'd hate to be late.
As the icebreaker goes off loudly. Because, good luck, little worm. And she just kind of flaps her wings, and you're suddenly back in the room.
Okay, so Emberlyn gathers all of the new things, tucks the dagger away very safely, gets the axe back, puts the warm coal away, but holds the tome outwards with the nail on it. You know, just with, like someone kind of, like, delivering the world's fanciest toothpick. You know, just like...
Also, it is, like, cold to the touch. Like, not your skin's gonna stick to it, but, like, it was cold when she handed it to you. And every time you touched it, it's been, like, cold.
Okay. And we head back to go to see Artem and Gale.
Alright. You can make your way back to his office. You know the way.
Yep. So, before greeting any of the three of them, Evelyn holds up a finger.
So you walk in, and Artem is still poring over like the documents. Gale is trying to teach Roxas how to do like pen tricks now that he's got a thumb.
So I walk in, I hold up a finger. Can I roll a perception check to see where the nearest full bottle of wine is?
Go for it.
9.
It's not hard. There's a shelf of them.
I attempt to take the one that looks like it's the least affordable. The most affordable, because I'm not gonna. I pull the cork out with my teeth and chug the fucker.
All right.
I've still got the nail on the book like this, and I'm just chugging. Once the wine is finished, Emmeline takes a breath, gently puts the bottle back on the shelf. I know that's rude, fuck it.
Reluxus goes, "Why are you smoking?" And you look and you notice, you're like giving off smoke. Ever so subtly, but you were like giving off smoke.
So a lot just happened. How much do you want?
They all just kind of look at each other concerned.
So I come on over and I gently take the nail off the book and place it down on one of the less assuming plans. So, first things first, I spoke to my queen. I spoke to the Queen of Embers herself, and I asked her to help you both in your endeavors. And she pointed me to this. Does this mean anything to you? I'm not gonna tell them what it is until they ask.
You see Artem quickly cast a spell, and then take a step back. Like, where did you get this?
Queen gave it me. Well, actually, I think I got it from. And before I say the words, the god of death, I kind of go. From someone I met for a beverage.
He looks at you wide and goes, "Must have been one hell of a drink."
It was really nice. Probably the most scared I've been drinking in my entire existence. But it was a good drink.
He goes to reach for it and then stops himself and then goes over and grabs the fireplace tongs from his fireplace in here and goes to pick it up and goes, "Okay." And then looks around where the fuck do I put this? He walks over and knocks a bunch of books off a shelf and then puts it down on the shelf. Goes, "Oh shit." And he goes over and grabs his pencil and starts furiously scribbling runes on a blank piece of paper. Gale comes over and starts looking at them and is trying to figure out what the hell he's writing. He goes, oh. And Gale just looks up at you well, that
Yup.
might work. We're gonna need some time, but that might work.
Well,
accent's just gone at this point.
It is a gift from my queen. So please, if it helps you in your endeavors, then it is doing all that it needs to.
And yeah, a nail from death's door is a rarity.
Also, and I turn to Truffles. So Corky. Why do I keep forgetting his formal name and I remember everything else? Why am I a bad friend?
Reluxy.
Reluxy. So.
Or sorry, Reluxus.
Reluxus.
I can't forget it. It's a weird name.
It's a good name. So Reluxus. I spoke to my queen, but a lot happened while I was gone. Delpha's dead.
You say that and both your gnome and dwarf friends stop and just look up at you.
Yeah, I guess we haven't hung out a lot. This kind of stuff seems to happen around me. I'm sorry. Good news, Gale. I got to deliver the final blow. A little gift from my queen. Lovely. Bad news. It does mean that Delpha's machinations are probably in full swing. They were all smiling and laughing as they got, So, no doubt this was their idea to kick the war up a notch. And turning back to Sakorgi, we are going to, I am going to be making a beeline to wake the rest of the old gods with as much haste as I can manage. If you'd accompany on that, I would be honored.
It's like, well, that is more or less my charge, so let's go wake some more.
And turning back to the other two, with an incredibly polite bow, kind of, again, with none of Emberlin's awkwardness / nonsense, a genuine bow to both of them. Gentlemen, I hope this has helped you on your endeavors, but I must be away. Be well, and I hope one day we can drink under better circumstances.
I kind of give you a little polite bow. I think that's a quick... Sorry. I broke the seal, so I have to pee again. So.
It's alright. I need a fucking breather after all that. Like,
right?
fuck!
I figured.
Also, friends, I just realized we need to take a look through our book. Because, I mean, it could have been that the queen just took the nail from death's door, but maybe, yeah. So Dorcas, what I thought we'd do, is I thought we'd, actually, you know what? There's, well, that's a good question. Sorry, friends, Dorcas was suggesting that we use the axe to find the nearest other old god and then go from there. Oh, and Camille, I didn't get to grab the dagger, but as Dorcas and Peeps were saying, the Queen gave us the pocket sand dagger as a gift. I'm still proud of that, friends. 15 episodes. We couldn't get to the axe, so it was like, pocket sand! Which, if we'd actually hit the real Delpha, would have been hilarious. Yeah. So I guess the thing I was pondering is, do we meet up with Chaosu and Amber and then head to the boat? Or are they doing their thing, you know? Yeah, and Dorcas, that would definitely be a good play, because something tells me is that once we head to the Underdark, we're going to be on our own for a good while. So we need to be ready for a good old-fashioned, like, everybody hates us dungeon crawl. So, yeah, basically, I agree with you, Dorcas. Any gods that we can wake above ground where we have more support is definitely ideal. Scheme amongst yourselves, dear friends. It's my turn for a pee.
Yep.
Because while I'm supposed to be staying hydrated, which means I'm drinking multiple of these. Which, by the way, yeah, it's covered in corgis. Unintentional theme? Fuck yeah. Alright, back in a second, friends.
Anyway, hey chat, how's it going? I like the dip back in, just yes. I'll catch up on. Yeah, the Death Door thing was like episode 2, I think. Yeah, sorry. Catching back up on chat. So yeah, thoughts, comments, concerns, questions about the world. I assume people are also taking these breaks as an opportunity to use the restroom themselves. Excuse me. Yeah, I hope you all are enjoying the session so far. I have a concern. You think I'm not messing with Will enough? I think you underestimate me, Torches, and I'm a little hurt. Everything I do is messing with Will. Also, I'm assuming Strega I missed it, so I'm assuming Strega just dropped like a nuclear bomb on Will. I'm assuming on Will's birthday. If someone has a clip of that, I'd be lovely. But sadly, because of my new job, I missed like the entirety of every stream. Because Will streams exactly while I'm at work. Ooh, man. Sorry. Hey, it's not popcorn. Yeah, that's about right. Alright. If anyone's gonna fucking realize the upper limits on bits, it's gonna be Strega. And thank you, Lost Flowers. I'm glad you enjoy it. I constantly feel like I'm doing a terrible job, so. Yay, imposter syndrome.
Hello there.
Welcome back.
It's good to be back. Okay. Don't think I don't see that, Dorches. Don't think I don't see that. Right. So we were having a ponder about what we plan on doing next. So, just to, I guess because my brain's all over the place today. So, while we did get to see flashes of people doing cool shit, when we last left Chaosu and Amber, they were still into Gem around the Golden Wake, right?
They were in the Golden Wake drinking when you left them.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement that let's go find the nearest old garden, just ring that dinner bell, and if we can, we're going to try and see if there's anybody we can find who isn't in the lower, in the Underdark with the lower lords. So I think our overall goal is head back to Golden Wake, get everybody together, and then let's feckin' do this. A Corgi Knight, a flaming war turtle paladin, and the bard what screams so loud people pop. Let's get the band back together, or at least try to. Now, does anybody have any thoughts, feels, or opinions on that before we set it in stone? Also, I got yelled at for not eating, so I have a tiny sandwich.
Do you want to try and research the Underdark before you go there?
I mean, I'm hoping we don't have to go there now, but I mean, we've still got a bunch of notes from Duke, so I don't know. I think those are on the ship still. I think.
I believe so. Yeah, I think they're in a box like under your cot.
So we could have a read up on those. And I know that's the lower lords, but there may be some Underdark info in there. Yeah, Dorchus, by the end of the campaign, it's going to be Duke.
Minor character that showed up in 1 or 2 episodes.
Okay, it would not be a tabletop adventure if we didn't all end up focusing on one weirdly pointless character that was only there for 2 seconds, like Smithers. I don't see you lot. I see you lot.
I'm amazed nobody's submitted a Smithers character yet.
I just assumed it was waiting, lurking in there like some kind of landmine.
Actually, I don't think anybody has.
No Smithers parrot.
I think people just all assume someone else is going to do it, so nobody has. Yeah, no one's not.
Like the Rick Astleys of video games. Of tabletop, sorry. Q15 Smithers later. Well, friends, and to those of you who have just joined us, you can still add characters and locations to this very campaign. So if you would like to, you can. I can't do anything to stop it. Baron's in charge. George just didn't want to aim so low.
Yeah, I'm trying to look, because I need to have Ian resort this, because the way it's exporting things is getting kind of weird. Smithers as the shark porn. Would that make the parrot his like lamprey?
Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it.
Smithers is the big peckham guy. Jaffa's real name is Smithers.
That's the reveal there.
Or Orfel, I guess, whatever.
Or Delpha's final reveal was being Duke. Smithers.
Duke the Dukes was just the avatar of Delpha.
That would have been.
I can't throw all of the plot twists in, otherwise the entire campaign is just plot twists.
Okay. But back on track. I think that if there are no other suggestions or things that we should do, I think we should head back to the Golden Wake, get everybody together, and just get on the bounce ASAP. If those two are drunk, we'll just corral them into the ship and start looking. We'll use the axe to find the next god once we're on the ship. I think that's our goal. Right? Right. Speak now or forever hold your ASCII characters. Gives me a chance to put some more Sani in my gob.
Man, my stomach was rumbling before, and I've eaten today. Sandwich sounds delightful.
Yeah. In fairness, I forgot to, and I had that piece of cheese, and that was it, which was not a smart play on my part.
Yeah, I made sure I ate something before we started because I know that I would be drinking, and I'm on call, so
Smart.
I can drink, but I can't get drunk.
Also, Dorcas, if that does happen, we'll use the boat journey to the Underdark entrance to go through Dukes notes on the lower lords and hopefully find some Underdark info.
Well, I think it's also Dorcas is keying on this because there is a library here.
Oh, shit. Oh,
It's the wizard library, so it's like the good shit. I think you even went there once. I feel like I should remember that, but I don't. I think you were there very briefly.
I believe didn't we try, and I chose to do something else, and that ended up being a whole thing. That sounds like more of an Emberlin. We had a choice between going to the library and doing something, and we did the thing before we could go to the library, and then, you know...
Probably.
Tiny Raid! Come on in, Watto and welcome. We're trying to decide whether or not we are going to pop to the library for a spot of light reading, or if we're going to careen off into the into the skies. So come on in, friends, come on in. George is saying we went to the library in Greenspires, but not this one, on account of its horrible organizational structure.
Oh yeah, this is the one that nobody can decide on a. Every person that takes over keeps trying to convert it over to the Dewey Decimal System or some other system, and so it's just in 4 different organizational systems.
And Lost Flower does make a point that Emberlin rolled real low on finding useful things. Everyone else did better, and all we've got is the Corgi Knight with us.
Currently. I mean, you can go get the others too, but they're currently a little tipsy and covered in blood.
We've all been there.
Right?
No, you know what? Research be damned. Let's careen forward. You know what? We made it this far through a combination of friendship and extreme violence, and I think we can keep doing that.
Alright, so where are you heading?
Well, we're definitely heading back to the Golden Wake.
Okay. Along with several fire trucks, I assume. Assuming you can hear those.
Only a slight spattering.
Yeah, okay, they're very loud for me.
To the Golden Wake!
You make your way back to the Golden Wake. You walk in and find Amber and Sharsu still covered in blood, downing shots.
The only thing I'm going to do is when I see you, I'm going to go, "Way!" That's it.
You, realizing you are also kind of covered in blood?
The Akron kind, but yeah. Maybe some smatter from the guards.
Well, you have some on you from a goddess.
God, blood, God, blood, God, blood.
Oh. So they just turn and go, "Oh, hi. So you also found some friends."
Oh. And I very politely just wave at the bartender and just kind of go, "Can I get one of those?" Okay, so has everyone got a bevy? Sir Roxas, Truffles, Sir Corgi. God, I'm fried. Would you care for a drink? Can you drink? Should you drink?
I can. I have not tried alcohol, actually.
This is a bloody good time to start. So one more as well, please, Barkeep.
He goes, I get mine in a bowl. Barkeep's like, yeah. And pours a shot into a bowl.
Let's get the corgi drunk. No, well, we're not going to be brutal to him. I'll be brutal to him. So I saw what you two were up to. Congratulations. That was awesome.
Yeah, and was like, yeah, didn't know I could do that, so that's cool. And
Yep.
downs her shot.
Yep. And Chasu, you've always been exceptional in scrap, but I like to see that you're learning flair. I'm very happy. Very happy to see it.
Sure, so he goes, personal record for range. Thank you very much.
Very
Takes
good.
a
very
shot.
good. And as I hold up my shot to both of them, I just killed Delpha and knock it back.
They both stop and look at you to see if you're serious. And then Amber just looks at the bartender and goes, just bring us the bottle. And I think the bartender was like, yeah, okay. And just sets it down. And then backs away from you, like looking up.
Yeah,
Just hands up, kind of walks away.
I went for an audience with our wonderful benefactor and exceptional queen, Queen of Embers! Pouring out another drink. And turns out Delpha took exception to that. And it didn't end well for them. Now, obviously, I didn't do anything silly or embarrassing during that fight at all. I did not attempt to use pocket sand on a goddess. No, not once. But, okay, let's be honest. It was the queen that did all the heavy lifting. However, the Queen of Embers did let me have the killing blow. So, you know, I can't pat myself on the back too hard. But God, it felt good.
Sharcy goes, so you killed a god.
Yep.
With what? Did you heckle her to death?
Okay, look. That was my first attempt. It didn't work. Why do you have to be like this? And I start gesturing to the axe on the back. Good old-fashioned neck-head separator. Just don't encourage him.
Do you pull it out or just gesture to it?
Just gesture to it.
Alright.
There's drinking to be done.
Well, it wouldn't be an evening or an hour with you if it didn't cause existential dread. And Jarsu turns to her. Turns out gods can die, so that's fun, and just pours himself another shot and just downs it.
Yeah.
And Amber goes, you don't think he's lying? And Sharsu looks over and goes, he's too stupid to lie.
Yeah!
Yes.
Wait.
Oh shit, you're right. Grabs the bottle and pours herself another round. And just downs it.
Now, my dear drunken friends, this does mean that our schedule has moved up a little bit. We're going to be trying to wake as many old gods as bloody possible. So, hopefully we can operate a ship while drinking, because I need to do both.
You look over and Relux is like sniffing the bowl and then kind of there's a moment of pondering and then kind of it's not bad, and then goes back to drinking. But you know, the corgi equivalent of sipping.
Yeah. Did I introduce you to our new friend?
You did.
Okay. And our new friend's going to be coming with us. Hex is out doing so much better than me. I'm so proud of him.
Relaxus goes, so who is Hex?
Ah! Hex was a kobold that we met. God, it feels like 1,000 years ago. How long have we been doing this? Oh God, it's only been...
Depends on which time frame you're using.
Yeah, point. Hex was a kobold we met. God, in this very city, if I remember rightly. Was it here? Or was it?
No, I think it was. I'm sure chat will remind us.
Was it? Did we meet Hex at Farandrith? We definitely met them before we went to the Red Isles.
Yeah, I think it was Farandrith, but I could be wrong.
Oh, and Dorches is saying, so for us, it's been 8 months. For them, it's been 1 month. Okay.
No, for them it's been 1 month, or 8 months. For you, it's been 1.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Because you were trapped for 7.
Time is weird!
Time travel and gods.
Oh, and see, Dorches, this is why I love playing this with you. So we met a Hex outside of Farandrith's Golden Wake because they were looking for work. So, yes. Lovely little kobold. Met them while they were looking for work, brought them on board. Saved my ass more times than I care to count. And they are currently the champion of the Queen of Embers. And that is a title that they are very much earning.
Just kind of nods and then takes another lap of their bowl of whiskey. Thoughtful nod.
Shit, I lost my train of thought. So sorry, friends.
Right then, so we're on our way to... Where?
Wherever the axe tells us next. So I figure we'll finish these, pay the barkeep, grab the bottle, head to the boat and find out which direction we're going in.
Oh, did your goddess give you a locator as well?
She did. Did your deity give you one as well?
And like digs in his pouch and he pulls out a little stick.
Is it like stick dog would find in the park stick?
Roll a perception check.
10?
It's about yay long. It looks like it was like the end of some branch. You can't be positive, but you think you see a couple little gnaw marks on it.
That's so fucking cute. Wonderful. Then between the two of us, we should be able to find some more of our deity's companions. I'd like to avoid going to the, and I don't say it, just to avoid going to the downstairs for as long as we can. We've got a lot more friends up here where the sunlight shines, and I figure that's where we should be heading.
He kind of shrugs like, I mean, are we doing this here? Is that allowed in this space? Are we...
It's not frowned upon, but it's very loud. Dorches, I remember that there is a phrase in Infernal that I have to say across it. I just can't remember what it is. I know that we've been told.
It is a single word.
Which I can totally remember, but I don't want to spoil it for any of you lot that might be able to remember it as well. Wait, did I write it down? Was I smart?
If you did, I will be impressed.
Well, prepare to be not impressed at all, because I did not. Oh, wait. No, I was a dingus. Okay. Starts with an S. Oh, God. Emberlyn just being like, Sazerac.
In English, it starts with an S.
Wraith, this is not a notebook. This is a spell book. Thank you. Don't write anything in here. You never know what might happen. Okay, so that is the plan, dear friends. Grab the bottle, we'll settle up, drink on the boat, and find out which way we're going. Oh, if you need food, grab a sarnie or some street meat as we're going. I do not think we should dally.
It is not a spell. It is a weapon or an item activation thing. Like it's part of his axe, a part of him awakening the axe being awakened, whichever.
The axe awakening, if you will. Okie dokie. But yeah, so that's what I would like to do. I'm gonna gather our companions, head to the boat.
All right. So you'll gather your things. You head to the boat. Are you trying to perform the ritual on the boat? Or are you gonna wait until you're out of Tajima?
Actually, we'll do the ritual on the boat before we set off. Okay. So, having got everybody over there, bundled over there, I'm assuming like there's at least a couple of bottles in hand at this point. And I'm like, everybody, okay. Everybody. I hold my axe up. Wave the hand across it. And I say, seeking!
So the axe kind of floats. Also, you notice the axe still has like blood on it, but even as you're slowly, like it's dried at this point. But even as you're looking at it, you see the blood almost seem to start to like seep into the axe.
Ooh.
And you actually roll a perception check.
Okay.
See if you can roll more than a fucking 10 this entire session.
I promise nothing! You said perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
19! Where was that when I fucking needed it?
So you notice like you did have some like blood splatter on you from when you made contact.
Is that what we're calling it?
Yes. And you notice some of them seem to be like seeping into your skin.
I wonder if it's good. Like a moisturizer. A magical moisturizer.
So yeah, your axe kind of levitates and points a direction. You get that like your vision, like tunnel vision, then shoots off in a southwesterly direction.
Okay.
Your corgi paladin friend does the same. Their stick levitates and points basically due south.
Okay. I look at their stick. Look at my floating axe.
And they do the same, like they kind of do the like out of body, like they're like their vision's clearly being taken over for a second, and they snap back. They do that dog like they just tasted a lime for the first time thing. Just like.
Okay, so that would mean. Wait, so where did yours take you? Because I'm looking at these two. They are pointing in different directions.
So yeah, yours is pointing you roughly to there. Theirs is pointing hand. Like due south, so like somewhere this way.
Okay.
You're not sure where, but it was that direction.
Friends, I say we go that way. It's not that I'm trying to put off going into the Underdark. It's just, like I said, once we're down there, we have a lot less support. So Corgi, where did your vision take you? Was it underground? Was it above?
And like they're still doing that, like no.
Don't worry, you get.
No, it was one of the floating islands, but it was trying to disappear, but wasn't. Like it had been anchored somehow.
Fascinating.
Like it was actively trying to blink away and kept coming back into existence.
Yeah, floating light. Yeah, torches. Let's definitely do that one. Right! Okay, friends. You don't have to stop drinking, but we can't stay here. Let's get underway. We're heading south. Sakorgi, lead the way. Oh. Yep, no, definitely gonna need more to drink. Let's onward!
Or water. And he's like, well, it was basically due south, so let's get out of their bubble first and then due south.
Up, and away!
So you have to go through customs first, but you do the boring paperwork.
Look, as much as I'd love to do the 4 drunkards try and get through customs.
Yeah. No one wants to watch that. That sounds like a thing that no one wants to watch. It's
Titans, Watto and welcome. Yeah, and Vanderbeest, it's not that the Corgi Paladin wields a stick. The stick seems to be their magical tracking device to find old gods.
Yeah. Also, for the record, Titan's Advocate is my DM IRL and also a lovely human being, so you should go follow them.
Indubitably friends, indubitably.
He does not stream all that often, but you should follow nonetheless. If nothing else, because it makes him blush.
Aww. And also has been showing off their Warhammer painting in Creation Celebration and Great November.
And they're also the one that made me finally succumb to plastic crack.
Someone was always going to get you. Titans, I'm glad you got that kill.
I have two more minis on the orc boys. I have a grot and a squig, and then I can prime them, and then I will probably paint them all tomorrow. Well, all. I will start painting them tomorrow at Hobby Day.
That's glorious. Sorry, Camille was saying that it's a stick. It's a seeking stick for a corgi instead of a corgi seeking a stick.
Yeah.
Bravo. All right.
Yeah.
Onward.
So you begin heading south. So you're currently flying?
Mm-hmm.
It is like midnight.
Fucking wee! Although, actually, Dwarf just makes a good point. So, I want to look up at the sky and see, because the gods were denoted by planets, right?
Yeah, so they do just appear kind of as stars. Because it's their
I want to see if I can
planets.
see a broken one.
Roll a perception check.
$17.
So you look around and you have a rough idea of which, because they're like the brighter stars, which is the ones in your solar system.
Yeah.
And so you have a rough idea of like, okay, you're on Oriphel's planet. Orifel is the planet you live on. But you have a rough idea of which ones are which.
Yeah.
Like the god of life and death are the 2 moons that orbit the planet, and then you kind of know like, okay, that one's god of war, or that one's blah blah blah. And you finally locate. It takes you a little bit because you're drunk and trying to steer a boat. You finally locate Delpha's, and it's still there, but it's very dim.
Interesting.
Like, it has just suddenly gone really dim.
Fascinating. And quietly while steering the ship, I'm like, haha, fuck you, Delpha. The other thing is, I'd like to have a quick leaf through my tome proper. I want to see if anything's changed in it, because I mean the crew members did hold it. I just want to see if there's been any changes.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
All right. 21. Where the fuck were these rolls when we fucking need 21 investigation.
The dice gods are fickle, also. Just means you get different information. You see handwriting in the notebook, or in your spell book, towards like away from the spells, but towards the like parts that are more notes.
Yeah.
That is not a handwriting that you've seen prior. And it just says, Aladon, I am so sorry. I should have suspected. This was my fault. I will get you back. This music is way too upbeat for this.
It really is. I mean, we're basically three and a bit drunks on a boat trying to find an old god. Like, this is turning into a very chaotic road trip. Yeah, Dorcas, big hum. I'm with you there. Big hum. Big hum.
And then the very bottom, like there's a gap. Like clearly they wrote, they stopped, and then like at the bottom, they write, "For what it's worth, I made them pay."
Interesting. Dorcas is saying that Aladun was one of the other individuals in the painting. Friends, remember when we went to the floating islands? We made friends with some pirates.
Good times.
Good times. And in one of the bar that we eventually went to, I believe it was one of the Golden Wake bars, there was a painting of Ildrith, who that's the people name of the Queen of Embers. Idrith, sorry, Idrith. Before they became the Queen of Embers. Goddess of Rebirth. She found a way. Gods find a way. Jeff Goldblum said that. Probably.
I would just start quoting fake things like Jeff Goldblum said that probably.
I've been doing that with Abraham Lincoln for like the last 10 years. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, fuck. Right, okay. So, yeah, we're just gonna keep heading south. I will try and lock the helm, because something tells me we're gonna end up drunk and passed out.
How are you trying to lock the helm? Because, like, in order to make it keep going forward, you have to, like, twist the handle. And then, like, the back is your rudder. And then there's foot pedals, and each foot pedal is, like, the left one is your left crystal, and the right one is your right crystal to help you, like, maneuver.
Alright, so I'm going to try and drunkenly steer the ship south.
The Lost Flowers know that's Artem Knuckle. The gnome you talked to earlier today.
Considering how much of a badass like Idrith was when they were alive, like, props to him. Props to him.
So, are you trying to lock the helmet on, or are you trying to just trade off shifts?
I'm gonna try and trade off shifts. I'm gonna try and keep this thing going where we're supposed to.
Alright.
Challenge mode!
I mean, at this point, 3 out of the 4 of you know how to pilot the ship. So it's not that hard to swap out. Like, you're probably not going full bore, but you know, you're making your way. So far, the only person on the ship currently that doesn't know how to pilot it is your corgi friend.
Who is still learning how to use opposable thumbs. I feel going from 0 to here's how to pilot a ship might be a little bit much.
Yeah, probably. So are you trying to fly through the night? Alright, I guess better question: do we want to time skip this because it's gonna be a couple days of travel?
I'd be more than happy to time skip this. Once we've sobered up and recovered from the effects, I do want to start reading some of the Duke's notes, just see if there's anything we can learn about the Underdark from there.
Okay.
Would that be history or investigation? Or...
It would be investigation, trying to glean things from his notes. Also, he used weird, like, notation things.
Okay. 17 again!
Right. 99% of the notes in here are... Sorry, like 98% of the notes in here are just specifically on the lower lords and, like, things that they are known for doing, like their deeds, their hierarchy, their structure, the names of all of their underlings, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
1% of the notes is specifically, I don't feel like this jacket goes with these pants. Should try changing it up tomorrow. Like, the Duke being vain. And the other 1% is miscellaneous things that don't particularly pertain to the Underdark. You do find one mention, like literally a single mention of Morik had a temple in the Underdark, specifically in the city of Tynelu.
Okay. Big emphasis on hand.
Well, I would say that as you now know that he's dead, so there probably might still be a structure there, but he is dead now.
Yeah.
So if there's a structure there, it's a temple to who he was.
Might be worth going there and knocking it down. I mean, what?
What?
Okay. But yeah, that was the only thing that I wanted to do throughout there, you know, because pretty much like once we finished drinking and celebrating Dalfa's murder, yeah, there's nothing else I can be thinking of. Like, just getting to know Sokorgi. Yeah, that's about it. You know, we only left Chaosu and Amber alone for like 5 minutes and a bag of chips.
Do you want to like actually have a conversation with your new corgi friend, or just generally chatting with him?
You know what? I think generally chatting.
All right. He spends a lot of time like he's like started hyper fixating on this like pen tricks. He's like, I've got dexterity in my hands now, so he's like trying to do these pen tricks or pencil tricks, I guess. He's kind of hyper focused on that as his downtime activity. He spends a significant amount of time meditating, kind of looking out over the water, taking in nature, that kind of stuff.
Mm.
He's really interested in talking to you about how different things smell. Like, really, really interested in that.
Honestly, Emberlin just lets him talk when he gets excitable like that. Like, I'm just happy to hear it. We have a talking corgi paladin as a friend. We are doing so well.
Yeah, he occasionally gets a little, like, he starts getting, like, really into a conversation, and you see his little tail just start going. And then he'll catch himself and be like, yeah, no, but serious. And the tail just keeps going behind him. Like, he's trying to be serious, but the tail goes.
That's so fucking cute! That's so fucking cute.
Vanity, there's not enough room on this boat to play fetch. But yeah, so, like, probably 3 or so days later, you're going, and he casts his seeking spell again a couple times to make sure that you guys are on course.
Yeah.
You have to course press like a little right, a little left, like once or twice. But eventually, Amber has her spyglass out, and she goes, I think I see it. And yeah, in the distance, you see this little like speck of an island mass that's floating above the water.
Okay.
And as you get closer, yeah, it's there, and then it does that like it almost just looks like static for a second and then pops back in. And then like statics and like locks back, like hard locks back in place. And it's fine for like 5 minutes and then statics again. Like it just keeps doing this.
Okay. Now, Camille, I will tell him about the forest, but I don't want to break his lovely, lovely corgi brain. And Flowers, I'm trying not to just treat him like a pet. So it's more the case of Emberlyn has to resist the urge to give them scritches on the constant. And to smush his little face, because it's so fucking cute. Okay. So we've got ourselves a timeless isle that can't blink away. Yeah, Dorches, I have a feeling it's the same. Or, to whoever's taking the helm at the moment, I'd be like, hey, bring me slightly above it and close enough. I want to test something.
It is currently Sharsu.
It's currently Sharsu. As a
That's
Sharsu,
what that roll was.
bring us close and slightly above the island. I want to try something. What I'm going to do, friends, is just drop some food or something on there to see if it, like, insta-rots or if it changes. Because it could be that blinking is something weird. Because Dorches is saying that we might have to get off this island lickety-split, and I think you're right. I don't want anyone to jump on there and suddenly become like a baby or a 1,000-year-old man or something.
Yeah. So you get close and you start flying up above it. This is actually a really big floating island. Like, most of them are, I don't know, less than 500 feet across. Like, they're small chunks of land. This one's, I don't know, like 2 miles across by like 3 miles across.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's big. And as you're flying up and above it, you see there's a giant structure in the middle of it. Like, there's a castle in the middle of it.
Well, at least I know where we're going this time.
So yeah, are you like just trying to get like 10 feet off the surface, 100 feet off the surface? What are you trying to do?
10 or 15, enough that I can see if anything happens to what gets dropped on there.
All right, so you take you probably have a piece of fresh fruit to avoid scurvy, and you like yode it off the side, and it. And y'all kind of look at it and just. As you watch the island kind of do the thing again. Yep, that's an orange.
That's still an orange. Okay.
It's still an orange on the ground. Yep.
Okay. I think we should be fine, friends. At least from time fuckery. Alright.
Can I get you to roll an Arcana check for me?
Absolutely. Nat 20. The fuck is happening here? Or apparently Emberlyn just needs to be like get one good night on the lash and then all the rolls are great.
So now you're sober at this point. It's been 2 days.
Yeah, but we got a good piss up in. You know, we're still in the positives.
From you can tell, and what you know of the Isles, someone probably has cast some ritual spell, something to like lock this island so it doesn't disappear. And the island is trying to blink away, but it's anchored.
Okay. Oh, Dorches, absolutely we're going to pay for these later in battle. But that's a problem for future Emberlyn. Now Emberlyn has nothing but good rolls. Okay. Then, Chaosu, take us as close to this as you can. Looks like this island isn't going anywhere, thank feck.
I mean, do we want to sit down on the edge, or like fly up to the castle? We're gonna scout. What are we doing?
Give us a flyby, and if nothing jumps out at us or jumps at us, let's land by the castle. I have a feeling we may want to leave here lickety-split.
Alright. Give me either an investigation or perception, your choice.
I'll go for investigation. 15.
Alright, so he does a full, like, he flies underneath the island and does a circle, and then does one at, like, parallel, and then does one above. Underneath, This is very not stereotypical of the other islands you've seen. There's roots growing out the bottom.
Oh.
Like big roots growing out the bottom and like seeping down. At ground level, all these trees are huge. Like these are giant. Like there's like red oak trees here. Massive forest that's still completely growing. You think you even see like a couple like deer and other miscellaneous wildlife, crows.
What does Corgi think of all these trees?
He is trying to look very like, yes, investigate, but the tail's just going.
Yes!
Just forest, yes. Nature good. And then up above, you see there's the castle in the middle. It is surrounded by a moat, a single bridge on the way in. It is a very long bridge. It's probably 200 feet long. And then you see 3 other noticeable clearings that seem to have small structures in them.
Okay.
That like there's the castle in the middle, and then they're all equidistant from each other around the castle.
Okay, Wraith, have a lovely rest of your evening and have a great weekend, alright? The VOD will be up on YouTube ASAP, so yeah. We'll continue to battle well in your honor. But we'll pick one of the clearings at random and go from there. That's where we'll set ship down, or as close to as we can.
Yeah. So there's a stone. There's a clearing, and there's like a stone structure in the middle of them. Very ornate, very well built, but very clearly old and weathered. Give me a nature check.
Not one of my strengths.
And actually, I'm going to have our Corgi friend do one as well. Since he's
16.
Actually, what is it? Yeah. He's just distracted by all of the fucking trees. Like, oh, trees. Forest, yes. So it's tagging. Oh. So yeah, you actually notice it looks like this looks old enough, and the vegetation here is prolific enough. There's no growth on this structure. Like, it actually looks like someone has been like making sure that this doesn't get grown over by vines or have moss on it. Like, they've been cleaning it.
Okay. So, I mean, Dorches, I hope that answers your question. So it looks like someone's been actively taking care of these. So let's...
So either there's some magic bullshit going on, or somebody's been maintaining this.
Okay. So turning to the rest of the group as we're heading down, it's like, okay. I'll bet you a decent bottle there may be someone here, and by the state of things, I'd say they're actually taking care of this. So let's not draw weapons unless we have to. I have a feeling this might be similar with the big deer antler god. God, I'm bad. Sir Roxas. This may be similar to when we met your deity, that there was a group of individuals who were responsible for, facilitating travelers in visits.
Yeah. Alright, so give me 1 second. My beer is empty. I'm going to grab another one.
Before we descend upon the... Like, we don't have to go in guns blazing, which is nice. Because it still took me 2 rounds plus all of my bullshit buffs to defeat 1 door today. And we tried to use pocket sand on a god. Yeah, both Kamatra and Shahada had caretaker druids. So it wouldn't be weird to assume there'd be caretaker druids here as well.
Alright, so there's probably a good 50 feet like in a circle around the structure. The structure itself is fairly small. It's like the size of a gazebo. but it's all stone. Very ornate, like stone carving. At some point, there still is, like very nicely done, like copper inlays, but it's been patinaed at this point, so it's kind of green.
Okay.
And yeah, there's 4 evenly spaced archways that lead into the middle of this thing.
Okay. Before entering, we're just going to be calling out going, "Hello! Hello! We're just here to visit! No, we're not here to cause trouble! Just here to say hello!"
No response.
Okay. Let's check out the little hut before we head to the big castle. I know I stroll on in.
Yeah, so you sit down next to this little like gazebo thing. You walk in, and immediately there is a statue in the middle. Above it, there is a what are those things? Like a censer, the things that like they burn incense in.
Yeah.
Like a very large censer hanging from the ceiling. Currently inactive, but there is one hanging there. The statue in the middle appears to be somebody kneeling and like hunched over, like protecting something.
Can I do a Arcana check on this? I want to see if this is a magical statue of some description, or if it's just a very intricate carving.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me that Arcana.
18.
18. So you get closer.
Dramatic pause for drink.
And you kind of look it all over. And you notice, mostly because of the way that it's arched, it actually is arched over something. Like, it is very clearly protecting something. And you kind of look through, like, the gaps in the armholes. It looks like there's a cup in, like, underneath them, but they're like a goblet that they are protecting. And based on the intricacy of this, the natural pose, the cup is not part of the statue. It's too big to get out, even if you could like reach your hand in there and grab it. But it looks like this might be somebody who was like petrified to protect this cup.
Oh wow! We don't have the power to unpetrify.
You don't have Greater Restoration now. That is a 9th level spell.
That's some big shit. So, friendos, I have a feeling if we go check the other 2 gazebos, we will find 2 similarly petrified people guarding other things. Now, do we want to go check those out before we go to the castle, or should we just trundle straight up? What do you think? Because... Oh, excuse me. Like, I won't lie, I am curious, but these old gods are not going to wake themselves. Just like me in the mornings.
Can you do one more perception check for me, quick?
Absolutely. 6. I'm too enamored by the cool cup.
Yeah, well, it's specifically because it's so dark underneath the statue, you can't actually tell what the cup is made out of.
Oh, okay.
You think it's metal, maybe, but it's hard to tell. It's like a goblet.
Okay. So I'm going to head to the next closest clearing to go check that the next gazebo out.
Okay, so you hop in the GWS Epoch, take off, go to the next one, touchdown. Very similar thing, and in fact, identical. You go in, same censure, same statue, almost identical goblet. Slightly different, but almost similar goblet.
Is there any liquid in them at all?
You can't quite get your hand in to even touch them.
Okay.
Like, the way the statue is, there's a tiny gap. You can see the goblet's there, but you can't really get to it.
All right, turning to the rest of the party, I'm like, all right, look, we've done 2 of 3. You've got to humor me. We've got to check the 3rd one. So it's like...
So yeah, you check the 3rd one. Very similar. Like, an identical structure. The statues are all ever so slightly different. Like, the people that were petrified were slightly different shapes, sizes, genders, etc. but all in almost identical poses and all protecting ever so slightly different goblins.
Interesting. All right. Okay. Now, I take it there's no big clearings around the castle. We've got to walk from here to there, or can we take the epoch up?
There's a clearing that's just big enough for you to land the epoch at the outside entrance to the drawbridge.
Okay, then let's do that. Once again.
Yep. Also, I should move you guys. You're now down here.
Oh, yep.
Wow. Okay. Thanks, Roll20.
It kind of just looks like you just put a hit on Emberlyn.
Let's do fronts. There we go.
Woo!
Layers. So you slowly come down. You find a stump you can tie your boat off to.
And again, like standing before we even cross the drawbridge, I'm just like, "Hello, we've come to pay respects. Is there anyone here we can talk to?"
Sorry, we were yelling at the cap cut you off there.
Oh, sorry. I was just yelling in general to just in case there's anyone around. Just like a hello. We're just here to pay respects.
You don't see anybody immediately near you. But give me another perception check.
14.
This area also seems to be maintained.
Okay.
You also, looking at the castle, like, it's a gorgeous castle, huge moat around the entire thing. Like, the reason that this drawbridge is like 200 feet across is that it's like a 200-foot moat.
And is the drawbridge down or up?
It is currently down.
Okay.
It's actually one of those, it's a drawbridge that goes up towards you. There's a tiny island in the middle that has one that goes up in the middle, and then one that goes up and down from the castle side. So it's actually 4 different bridge sections that all form this giant bridge.
Yeah. Oh, and Dorcas, I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. I do think that we might end up lighting the incense burners. I didn't want to start it because if, like when we met the other old gods, if it's part of some ritual where we basically get high as balls, I didn't want to accidentally get the entire party breathing in psychotropics before we went into the castle.
That was only for one of them.
Wow,
it was the first one.
My hands
but...
seem to be melting. Is this how we meet?
Oh
gods?
shit! Oh gods! Yeah. But there is a small like guard station at this side that seems to be currently unoccupied. And again, at the middle little island, there's guard station, and then there's like the portcullis and stuff at the far side.
Okay. I start just calmly walking across. Again, just reiterating the hello, hello. We're just here to pay our respects.
You start going down the bridge. You notice, again, this bridge has been maintained. Like, where there was rotted out boards, they've been replaced.
Interesting.
Like, if there was rust, it looks like at some point, like, some of the chains and stuff were rusty and they've been replaced. Like, one of the chains is newer than the other ones.
Okay. So, if this is a resting place of one of the old gods, people are looking after it. Oh, shit. I just had a thought. Friends, what if they're not looking after it? What if this is containment, not reverence? Fuck.
When the drawbridge is down.
Yeah, right, the drawbridge is down. Which would be weird if they didn't want people to cross. Okay, so we'll just continue further along the bridge. You know what, I'm going to go with Dorch's suggestion. This one be like, hello! I'm the Herald of the Queen of Embers! If that means anything to you. I'm here to pay respects! Hello!
So yeah, you walk across, you get to the middle guard point. There's these 2 little like outposts that house the the drawbridge mechanisms. Currently unmanned, unoccupied. We really need a gender neutral term for that.
Yeah.
but nobody's there. Although it still, again, it's well maintained. It looks like there's no like buildup of dust on the mechanisms. It actually looks like they probably do regularly make sure that they can go up and down.
God, we haven't had many. We haven't had a good mystery since the maze. I guess yeah. Have we made it to the main door yet? Can I bang on it? Is there a smaller door in the main door?
So you were at the midpoint, and so you begin making your way towards the castle proper. With your last perception check, you actually do notice like it is a proper castle. Like, it's designed to be nice and kind of inspire awe, but it also does have like arrow slits and like it is defensible because there's a 200-foot moat around it. Like, it's designed to be defensible. And looking up, both you and I think Amber go, I see movement in the arrow slits.
Okay.
There's people here.
Excuse me? Hello? Herald of the Queen of Embers here. Would love to talk to someone. Hello?
So you get up to the, like, you're off the bridge now, and there's a small bit of land, and then there is a portcullis, which is currently up, and then there is gates. Like solid old-ass oak gates, currently closed. There is a smaller, like, man door in one of the gates, for, like, if it's just a person passing through.
How do you say trap in demonic? Sorry, infernal. I'm just gonna shoot a look over to Chaosu and be like, look at Chaosu, look at the portcullis being up, and be like, eh. Looks like we might be in for a scrap. But I'm going to press on.
Okay. So you're going up to the door?
I'm going up to the door.
Alright. What would you like to do?
I mean, knock on it very politely. Just... Hello? Excuse me? Would love a conversation with a person.
You suddenly hear behind you a and you turn around, and suddenly just behind you, dead center, basically standing under where the portcullis would come down, there's a person, arms clasped behind their back, incredibly well dressed, like deep red robes, like immaculate, perfectly clean, pale as hell. They have deep black hair that is currently slicked back into a very nice, like, well done bun.
Yeah.
They have like snakebite piercings that are in, seems like solid platinum. You can't see their hands, but yeah, immaculate necklace, like very well dressed, very like high noble, but with like a bunch of piercings and stuff. Roll a perception check for me again.
7.
Alright, yeah. So they go, can I help you?
Ah, indeed. And I take off the hat. Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, it is an absolute pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, well, perhaps I should ask, and you are?
I'm unfortunately not going to use a random character for this, because this is a person I had pre-planned.
Oh no, we're in the private stash.
This is... Where's my... Oh, it's up here.
Excuse me. Yeah, lost flowers. We might be in trouble. The sensible part of Emberlin's brain's like, excuse me.
Yes. I am Naimi. Nyme. So you take notes.
No more booze for Dorchus. I am Bill, Herald of the Queen of Stabbing. Let's go.
Yes. Naimi. Go. And what business do you have at our castle?
Naimi, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, okay, friends, do we just state our intent direct? Because there's two things. Either these are a group of people protecting the old god from outside intrusion, or these are a group of people who have been tasked with keeping the old god under lock and key. So we've got like a feckin' coin flip here. They're either going to love us or hate us. So, what are you thinking? Yeah, once again, friends, as soon as the difficult choices are coming in, it's like, how can I pass blame onto other people? Yeah, because I keep looking at... Because, like, the people who've been petrified to keep things safe, again, it could be... I mean, Dorchus, am I going for an insight check to see whether I think this guy is just fucking evil, or what am I inciting for? Bacon was saying perception check to see how they react. Well, that would be... I think that would be insight to see how they reacted when I said I'm the Herald of the Queen of Embers. Also, Vanderbeast, Dave Grohl's character from Tenacious D's video to the song Tribute was just the devil. It was just big horny.
Yeah, this person is very gaunt, very slim. Like, fit, but not, like, jacked.
Very pale with the snakebite piercings. You know what? Enough subterfuge, enough of Delpha's nonsense. You know what? I'm going for it straight up. We're like, well, it is lovely to make your acquaintance proper. I seek an audience with one of the old gods. Boof. I'm just going to drop it. Just drop it like a hammer.
He takes a step forward and says, let's see. May I see your hand? And, like, extends his.
Fuck it. I've got a god-rending axe on my back. I extend my hand.
He takes your hand and, like, turns it over. Turns it back over. And you see him reach out with his other hand and just wipe one of the spatterings of blood that's still on your hand. Which is now, like, dried black.
Yeah, we really should have had a shower, shouldn't we?
And smells it. And, like, gives it a quick lick. Drops your hand and goes, very well. This way, please. And walks and goes and opens the little, like, man door and the giant gate.
I trust this guy.
Ushers you in.
I trust this guy's about as far as we can throw them, but I'm going to go along. Thank you kindly. And I follow through.
You enter a courtyard. There's a bunch of people who were kind of all going about their business. As far as you can tell, no one was doing anything in particular. They were all just kind of moving around. Like, you don't see anybody carrying, like, a basket of food or, like, a bucket of water, or, like, the only person you see doing anything is off to your left-hand side. There is a forge of some kind, and somebody's, like, smithing something. But the second you enter, they'll stop. and
Okay.
like look at you.
Well, Emberlyn can't resist an audience, so hello! Hello! Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, lovely to meet you all. Lovely to meet you. You were the Forge, don't stop on my account. Great to meet you. Good work. Love it.
They all give you a very polite bow. Like, literally almost every single person in unison just, like, polite bow.
This is fine, friends. There's nothing worrying about this situation at all.
The only difference is the person at the Forge, like, wipes their brow first and then, like, gives you a bow.
Thank you. No, please. Go about your business.
From the Forge, you see, like an apprentice come out from the back carrying something. It's like, and the blacksmith, like, takes it from him, like, not smacks him, but, like, gives him, like, hey, tap, and, like, points. And he looks out at you and goes, oh, and, like, bows.
Thank you.
They're all pale as shit. They're all the gaunt, thin, fit, beautiful, but in that kind of terrifying,
So to put it into
like,
context,
unworldly way.
a bright red tiefling, a war turtle with a glowing, cracked metal shell, a ginger lass, who I guess has got the pale going on, and Sir Corgi have walked into the land of beautiful, creepy people.
Yeah.
Okay, we continue.
All right, so you continue and you follow your guide through this courtyard. You do see a couple, like, there's like horses. There's a pen of like goats, like normal castle stuff. Just the second you all entered, they all just stopped and stared.
Okay.
You enter through.
Dorcas, if this god is death adjacent, then we're good, because we did actually get one of Death's nails. So Death is one of the only real gods that we met outside of the Queen of Embers, while Delpha was playing silly buggers. So... and yet, Lost Flowers, if it's like a vampire colony, great, brilliant. They can keep doing what they're doing. Keep doing weird vampire shit. We're just here to talk to your old gods, and then we're out.
A bright red tiefling in a corgi walks from a temple.
Stop me if you've heard this one.
And like all of the architecture is very like gothic, dark, kind of foreboding. You walk to some double doors. There are some guards in incredibly fine, intricate, like platinum plate armor and like deep reds that go and grab the doors and open these giant double doors for you. And you step in, and inside this hallway is almost the exact opposite. It is bright, it is vibrant, everything is like either decorated with flowers or is actively growing flowers. The only person you see in this hallway is a single satyr. Who just turns and goes to you and goes, ah!
Hello there! I am Emberlyn Burns. Big bow again. Herald of the Queen of Embers. And who do I have the pleasure of meeting?
I go, oh, this will be fun. And I thought we're going to end today's session. Because I'm a dick.
Such an arse!
You have to end on a cliffhanger.
I know. And as has been proven 1,000 sessions and 1,000 sessions more, if it's left up to me, we'll play until we die from exhaustion. Love a good mystery. Okay. Oh, what a fucking day. What a fucking day.
Pull up our fun... Where the hell did I put them?
Oh yes, so for those of you doing first Memnol, so the way it works is that we are given XP, not based on murder, but based on...
You do get some if you like kill things, just you also get additional experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna be like good murder, not like cheap murder.
Also, for the record, once you guess all your stats, I will switch over to a slightly new XP system.
Okay. And Dorcas, I'm going to try and make sure it's not 3 months until our next session. Now, the time between sessions that has been on me, the Summer of Chaos has definitely taken its toll. But I missed this so much, and really, everything happens, and I want. So yeah, so Dorcas, I will be doing my darndest to make sure it is not this long to the next session.
Would play until exhaustion. 6 more hours later. Roll for initiative. Will snore.
Nah, I mean, so Bacon, like, the exhaustion from Memnol hits me after we turn off stream. Like, when we finish these streams, it's usually me and Baron sitting in a call, and I suddenly just kind of deflate, like...
Hey, the second that I'm done with this, I just stare into zero space for like an hour.
It's like, I have to go lie down now.
But probably just because it's nice out, I think. Is it nice out? It is nice out. I'm just gonna go sit the papasan on our balcony. Just...
I might see if my body is ready to handle cider again, and just have a bevy on the balcony.
Anyway, end of session.
No, and Dorcas, it is entirely fine. Like, I'm very lucky that you lot have been incredibly patient with me, and you as well, Baron. Like, with how much has been going on, and we haven't been able to play as much. But yeah, I didn't take it as an insult, Dorcas. It was not an unfair critique, and one that I will address. Anyway, post-session, let's get XP!
End of session. At the end of each session, answer these questions and make 3 guesses at what your stats are based on the answers. And guesses the DM will award XP. Did we learn something new or important about the world or setting?
Actually, let me get the end of session handout up. Actually, I just realised I can pop that across. So did we learn something new or important about the world and the setting? Fucking yeah, we did. Like, do you want us to list one in particular?
Yeah, I'll list one. Just shit happened is not a valid answer.
We know that the gods are at real war now. Sorry, Fearless was just adding. Excuse me, if the goat if the say's got legs like a goat and Emblin's got horns like a goat, do they make one goat if they hang out?
If they fuck, maybe. So, what is a thing that you learned that is new or important about the world?
I mean, the big one being that, you know, the war between the gods has truly started. You know, even though we were the flashpoint of it.
Alright. That's one. Alright. Do you overcome a notable obstacle?
Overcome it? We chopped its fucking head off.
Fair. Did you gain anything?
An ally, a magical item, notable wealth, or means to achieve a goal. Actually, on that one, I want to say no. Because, well, okay, we did buy a fancy hat, but that, you know, that feels a bit cheap. And, you know, the Sokorgi was from last time.
Mm-hmm.
And... yeah, I can't think of anything that we gained that counts, you know what I mean? Dorcas, yeah, the boots, the hats, the pocket glass dagger, the boots we got before. I mean, I don't want to take the pocket glass dagger as a notable gain because we overcame, like, that was our reward for separating Delpha's stupid head from their stupid shoulders.
I don't think I gave you XP for the boots from last time. So if you want to claim that.
I won't say no.
Yeah, we'll do that one. Character, did you follow your personality trait?
Now, our personality traits are kind to the kind. You know... yeah, we gave the nail to the makers of the automatons. We were good to those that were good to us.
Alright, I'll agree with that. Did you adhere to your ideals?
Were we loyal to the Queen of Embers? Fuck yeah.
Yep. I don't even have to explain that one.
Like,
did you fulfill your bond?
I think that's an audience answer. Did we go in smiles blazing? Like, I feel especially in that last section, we just didn't turn the grinning off. But I would say that is for our lovely audience to decide, because When I get to be in the driving seat for Emberlyn, it's a lot of grinning and a lot of nonsense. Because I was smiles at Dalfa, but not blazing. No, you know what? There was a lot of cheek and there was a lot of ridiculousness, but I don't think we did full smiles blazing.
Right. Did you act on your flaw?
Vengeful Pyromaniac. So, we did vengeance, but we didn't do vengeance with fire.
Honestly, it was such severe vengeance, I would be willing to give you that.
Then I will absolutely take it. Fuck it.
Did you achieve any goals? Do you have any goals? I think you guys keep forgetting to set them.
Oh, is goals in bio?
I don't know where you set them.
But
Is
no,
Killings Alpha a goal?
I don't think we have set goals, no. Or if we have, I'm struggling to find them.
Are they in the community notes anywhere?
They might be. It just might be my dumbass to not add the. George is saying we didn't write it down, but killing Dalfa was definitely a goal. But I think we claimed that from the Vengeful Pyromania.
Yeah, you can't stack XP on a single thing.
So I tell you what. I mean, Baron, you said you were gonna once we know everything about Emberlyn, you want to mix up how we do XP. Perhaps that's when we have to make goals for ourselves.
That I'm also going to give you, like, RP experience.
Okay.
RP XP, basically.
Hey, no complaints here. I am always down for the ridiculousness.
Alright, and then stat guesses. You get 3 guesses to stats. I think we're literally down to just proficiencies, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it's the is it or isn't it proficient is... Yeah, that's the last that we've got. Everything else is nailed down.
And this is the part that everyone else has been keeping better track of than I have, because the second I realized that y'all were taking track of what you guessed and what you haven't, I stopped trying to track it, because I have enough shit to track.
Dorcas is saying, yeah, the list of unknown proficiencies is on the community notes. Dorcas, do you wanna lead us in a round of guessy spaghetti? Okay, so Dorch is saying by vote is proficient either in deception and intimidation. I think it'll be proficient in at least one of them. Well, Dorches, do you want to guess one of those? Because we know we're weirdly proficient in athletics, insight, and investigation. Weirdly. Well, okay, you know what? It's not weirdly. I just roll like shit garbage. If you just look at Emberlyn as a mechanical character, they are very well designed. You know, Emberlyn was definitely put together well by the Queen. Emberlyn's luck, less so. So Lost Flowers and Dorcas are both want to guess that Emberlyn is proficient in intimidation.
Is that your guess?
Yep. I think we are proficient in intimidation.
You are not.
Piss! Alright, it was worth a shot. The other guess that Dorcas was suggesting was perhaps being proficient in deception. Did we not guess that one? Because we get two more guesses, friends.
I haven't been keeping track of what you guys have guessed, so I don't know.
It's up to us if we double guess the same thing. Okay, then Are we proficient in deception?
You are not.
Ah! Alright, well, it was a good guess. Alright, so Dorcas, what have we got left? Because I reckon at that point, like, performance or persuasion might be one of ours. Because we have 4 proficiencies, right?
Yep. You're missing one.
So all we have left is acrobatics, sleight of hands, perception, performance. Okay.
You actually know, because of the way that the Roll20 thing works, you actually know all of your saving throws, because it did that automatically, and I couldn't make it not, so.
Yep. Okay. I am going to... No, Bacon, that's my skill, not Emberlin's. Waffleman's.
It's kind of both.
You know what, there's a little bit of bleed, it's fine. I think that Emberlin Burns is proficient in performance, because it's not something we've done. And it is a charisma stat.
You...
Don't think we don't see you there, Mr. DM. What builds tension? Oh, come on!
Are not.
You know why? It's because I went out on a limb. I went for a will guess. Alright. Solid guessing, friends. It was solid guessing.
Well, I guess technically I could make you guess your, like, tool and, like, language proficiencies, but that's just... There's so fucking many. That's asinine. I'm not gonna make you do that once you get your core stats.
Dorcas, well, that went well.
Either way, you still got 600 experience.
Yeah, that's not too shabby.
And actually, no. I will give you 800... No. Let's make it 1,000. You killed a god today.
Fuck yeah. Alright, let me adjust, because that's easy to do for math.
You killed a god. Congrats. You had some help, but you still killed a god.
Yeah, we are at 12,600 EXP.
Which I don't know what the next level is.
12,601. Knowing our luck.
I think it's 14, actually. Probably super off there, but...
Yeah, and Lost Flowers, it means by next session, we'll have it all down pat. Yeah, so we need 1,400 to hit next level. Oh, okie dokie.
Yeah, I was right. 14 is next level.
So all that is left to do is say thank yous and roll credits of varying calibers. So once again, to all of your lovely selves, thank you so much for joining in. I have missed D&D so much. So thank you all for waiting. Baron, as always, thank you for putting on an exceptional campaign for us to get stuck into.
I try. So hard.
Thank you to everybody who puts in characters, and to the mysteriously unknown Shadow League of DMs. So good. Right! And to those of you that have thrown in bits, gifted subs, or like AR, threw in a monstrous donation, to all of you, thank you so much. Like, it keeps this whole thing going, and I can't say thank you enough for that. And to that end, I'd like to thank the following people very directly. So again, to AR, AR 548. Seriously, thank you. That's a huge, huge amount of money. But also to Baron von Sheepington IV, to Vanderbeest and Bacon Avenger, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, to Crux and Favor 6 and Fearless Son and Wolfcrad, all of you, thank you so much. Today, all we had was Nightbot, but that's okay. Thank you to the mod team all the same. and to Dorchus, to the neighborhood Lucifer, to Roasted Toaster, Ross Whitelaw, and Rainier. Thank you so much for the monstrous long sprees. For some reason, it's not saying thank you to Cryosticks for the raid. That's bullshit and chips. But seriously, thank you so fucking much. Alright. Okie dokie. Now, in time-honored tradition, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Trying to see if anybody that's hard to dive.
You know what? The Artsy Poe's currently kicking around.
Yeah.
They're playing the new Splatoon. And I highly doubt they're expecting 20 people to rock on by. If you haven't met the Artsy Poe, they are very, very OG Longshipian and designed the friendo that I got tattooed on myself.
Key.
Did I say... Oh, God, I'm all over the place today. Thank you for the correction. So, yeah. We can trundle on over there. Plus, I haven't seen anything of New Splatoon, so I think it's a fine place to head on.
I honestly forgot they're on 3 at this point.
Yeah. And it's actually a 3-way match now as well.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see how they're making that work, because 3-team multiplayer has very rarely been successful. So I'm very curious. Right. But again, all of you, thank you so much for another exceptional round of Null. Baron, thank you kindly. I'll natter to you once we're off. And yeah, friends, back on Tuesday. Next week is PAX week, so expect the schedule to be a hot mess. But do keep an eye on the Discord. And yeah, if we get the chance to play some sneaky cheeky Sea of Thieves, we'll probably be on there. So to be continued. Right. From us here, have a great weekend and good night.